Well, hello, and welcome back to Shadows over Loathing. Alright, that's enough introductions, let's go. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, I was in the middle of a quest. Bus stop. To Big Moist. Yes. Oh, look at that. Stuff to explore. I do remember I was trying to do something at Mudhenge. Because I have no clue what this is doing. There's something to the east. Hobo code. Oh, sunken boxcar. Maybe I have to leave and re-enter. Ooh. Oh no, because a companion can't show up in the Mudhenge. Let's head over to the east. There we go, that's what I was looking for. There's a complete change of clothes in the sack and a black embossed card sticking out of the black pants pocket. John Mary's crown buried past the huge tower. Very so nice you read it twice. The nudist creed, nothing is worn, everything is visible. Nothing is worn, everything is visible. I don't get it. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Oh, that note did not help us one bit. I thought maybe the N's and E's and S's in that were pertaining to directions. But nope. has to be a logical way to solve this. What the hell? Oh, we met before, haven't we? When we meet, it is not me. And a boxcar, you remember? Slime green? There is not much time. This to help. This to help you go where you are going. Is that for the bus? I don't need that anymore. I got enough for the bus. More than enough, actually. Sorry. I come to give help. I come from far away. I come at great personal cost. Have I got anything else I could use? Sorry. Oh, I haven't noticed these little glowy things before. Well, I was gonna suggest that following the glowing things is the right thing to do, but I don't see any others. Alright, hold on, I'm just gonna look up the solution. Okay, apparently there's audio cues and visual effects that dictate I'm following the right direction. I would not have figured that out. What the hell is the audio cue, though? I mean, these are obviously the visual cues. This just doesn't make any sense. Okay, I can see the glowy balls here. I can't hear the audio sounds. Maybe I could just brute force it? Seems to be glowy effects that appear when you're going the right way. Okay, so it's west-south, west-south. No, that's not it. What if I turn the music off? No. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. Maybe it's the number of flies? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh! It worked. I turn the volume back down. In the heart of the henge, 4 nude druids flock around the altar in an unchoreographed ritual. One look at you and they just absolutely lose it. Gnashing and wailing, it's clear your presence here constitutes some kind of affront. You are not welcome here. Where you are welcome, and where they'll put you is 6 feet under. Leave them be. What if I go nude? Oh, I just joined them. Okay. Well, as they say, when in nude Rome, do as the nude Romans do. Who said that again? Might have been Caesar in his dying moments. To nude Brutus. You wake alone in a narcotic fog with vestigial sense of memory having stabbed and eaten mud. I saw a lot of people about this. I ate mud naked. At last, a non-literal beating heart of the mud henge. As you draw near, the needle on your compass spins wildly. Of course, it's as a guide outside told you. A compass, placed upon this altar, will point towards secret west, where lies that thing your heart most desires. Which makes this place far, far superior to Stonehenge. Where the most that'll happen to you is your compass that a badger might eat it. Put the compass on the altar. There's a question, of course, of what exactly your heart does desire the most. What are you hoping to find here in the endless gloom of this mudden henge? I don't want meat. Or mud, so I guess meat, and lots of it. The needle spins smoothly clockwise until it doesn't. Seized by a queer magnetic force, the tremulous needle twitches violently between the cardinal and non-ecclesiastical directions. It's a horrible, upsetting sight, and feels like a mercy killing when, with a gasp of inexplicable breath, the needle falls still, its head pointing towards the west-north arch. And that's where we're going. Well, this is quite another henge altogether. The mists of Mudhenge have parted, and now you stand before the great husk of an antebellum riverboat, grounded upon the swampy shore. Location unlocked, the wreck of the Longfellow. The needle of your compass bends its neck to point, urgently, towards the boat's top deck. You don't know how a compass needle can contort itself like that, but it's very unpleasant to watch. Mudhenge must have brought you here for a purpose. There's meat here, and you're gonna find it. Forge ahead with great purpose. Well, that was an interesting solving of a puzzle. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. The wheel on his boat has run aground. The boat is named after the younger brother of poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Under this thing that was possibly once a bookcase, you notice a crawdad has set up camp and gathered a horde of shiny pebbles and is guarding vigorously. A regular selfish, shellfish, selfish. Try saying that 7 times fast. The once proud river has come to the immutable twins of entropy, time, and mud. Perhaps the debris fell from the wreck of the boat. Perhaps not. Search it. You got Krusty Roll. One man trash is another Krusty Roll, to quote Shakespeare, if you believe he even wrote those plays. Speaking of which, I should probably... redress myself. How does this work again? God, it's been so long I don't even know what weapon I favored. Yeah, that seems about right. What glittering prize has lured these rubbernecking stink bugs and bees to this gloomy ruin? Holler at them. Beat it, bugs! All peaceful efforts have failed. Battle stations! What if I keep thinking? No. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. I may have underestimated these guys. Well, I'm dead. Ow. Once a while lays the eggs in your beloved grandfather's breakfast Danish. Today it has confirmed that disrespect from Bug remains the great burden of your line. Losing the fight made you really mad. Okay, let's not fight that. Or at least come back for it later. Fine for nature to reclaim the shipwreck, but this planet doesn't have to look so happy about it. Fight for your right to make metal stuff. Now see, this is a fight that I can get behind. Now there'll be no more than nature's gloating over the death of a boat. And rightly so. How much XP do I have? It's been a while. I guess I could buy this skill. Oh yeah, so I have a familiar. I also have books that help me. Encyclopedia. Yeah, what about them? The rungs of a ladder are carved directly into the hull. Counting the rungs is an accurate means of determining the age of a boat. I don't think that is. Refreshments card have a scavenge of all nourishment. Save a paper menu, which you should not eat. A fine luncheon aboard a riverboat longer fellow. Saffron crab on a cracker. Crab on a cracker. Seasoned crab egg, that's a lot of crabs. Crab under a napkin. Chicken a la crab. Leaf dressed crab a salad. Crab cream. Eat the menu. Not even the distressed passengers of the doomed longer fellow resort to that. Eat it though. The wrecking of ship exerts a dreadful psychological toil on all those poor souls trapped aboard, and none can understand their especial torment, except by experiencing it. But you come pretty close, you think, by wandering on board well after the fact and munching on a menu. The speaker, faulty, still broadcasts, but the transmission is unintelligible. Make it work. It's not that easy. The fuse inside the speaker's casing has succumbed to swap necrosis. That's a real issue for these wooden riverboats, especially when they crash into swamps. Make it work. You discard a necrotic fuse and swap in a new one. With the replacement fuse snug in its new bed, the transmission of which you had caught only garbled fragments now makes itself clear. And be that it? Have you finally fixed that infernal machine? Will you nod once if you can hear me? Nod twice. You nod 2 times. Damn blastin' bloody hell! Wait, but you're jesting with me, ain't you? All hands on deck, we got a jester aboard! No hands respond. That's a good one, landlubber. You mind if we called you landlubber? Yes. Yes, you'd be fine with me calling you that? No. The novice seaman it must be then, till we can make the proper introductions. Speaking of which, this is Captain Dan of the riverboat Longerfellow, and it gives me no pleasure to report that my vessel has run aground here with its fiendish and soggy friend that I call Davy Swamp's Locker. We few for survivors be trapped up in the wheelhouse. How do you know I'm here? You glance around the boat for any sign of this captain. If ye be wondering how I know you're aboard, Nova Seaman, then I have me bendy telescope to thank. Not for much for us to do trapped up in a wheelhouse, but to hold the bendy telescope and look through the bendy telescope. The wheelhouse? You make the shapes of the wheel and a house with your hands and then shrug. Know ye the parts of a boat, Novice Seaman? 2 levels above ye be the main deck, and there you find the captain and his wheel. Not on a boat may be higher than the captain. What happened here? You shrug in a very general way. Wondering about all this, are ye? Where the longer fellow is a pleasure paddler. We paddle the east coast and show the passengers the time of their lives. Last sail, a sparkling black cloud, other word that it was. Hurled us into off course into this violent bog. Pleasure paddle fast turned to pain paddle as our vessel was overrun by creatures and nasties. Only 5 souls in mine remained of the voyage. Trapped up here in the wheelhouse for, well, for how long only the boat gods know. Are you a ghost? Are you a ghost? Through a mind, you indicate your expectation of finding a fat stack of meat somewhere on this riverboat. Never was one for charades, Novice Seaman. But if I'm understanding you correctly, the answer is no. A jellyfish will not have 64 marriage. Nothing for it. You'll have to press on. Or not. You know. You could stop this all right now and go do something else. Grad school. And that's an idea. No, we were already just at a university. Can you help? You mind handing out the mail and packages. That's what you do. You're a helpful person. You didn't ask for this, I know. And you must feel like the unluckiest novice seaman in the world. But there be 5 innocent bolts in the wheelhouse with me, blocked by broken pipes spewing a scalding hot steam. Would you help us? Sure. You solemnly commit yourself to the task. I ask that ye enter with the most private of boat parts, the hull, where the wildlife has done defilement most foul to our steam pipes. Funny be it not, that the same steam that gave this life to this boat also took it from most of the passengers. I think we are only beginning to understand the nature and whims of steam. That'd be a mystery for another day. The goal to the hull door will be the birthday of the longer fellow, January 4th, 1845. But there be a catch, and I ain't talking about what we use to hull up a Friday lunch, crabs and such. We don't use standard or international date wombats on our locks. Wouldn't be caught dead doing that. No, we use a maritime basic. Year, month day. So 45, 14, 14. Okay. Got it. Didn't figure out Nova Seaman. I'd be sure. Sailor can dream of no greater horror than a smushed pillow. Whoa there, that's how not to seam a car. You want to seam a car, don't seam yourself. Do I have enough hot armor? Well, if I really wanted to, I could probably get enough hot armor. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could. Nah. Let's do this legit. A great wooden wheel is in the final stage of wheel death. Upon its spokes you can make out a message scrawled in blood, or red mud. Read it. Dan! Dan! We're all broke upon thine wheel, SP. Doors marked by a combination lock and a desperate scratch as a beast unable to operate the combination lock. Try the combination lock. 6 spaces, which means only 6 possible combinations. That is not how that works. $45 1414. No, that's not it. What do you mean that's not it? Speak to Captain Dan. Code again? Year, month, day. Maybe I have to do 5 instead. What do you mean that's not it? It literally said year, month, day. No, the only lock for which 0000 is a combination is the original lock, the lock, God's lock. Try again. Oh, this is getting silly. January 4th, 1845. Year, month, day. Well, I'm clearly doing something wrong. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Year, month, day. So clearly something is wrong here. Ah, screw it, I'm gonna look it up. Well, then that just confuses me. Why is there 2 zeros in the middle? Descend. A large crate labeled inflatable water slide. There's a handwritten message scratched into the wood. Don't tell the guests about the water slide. I don't care if they're expecting the time of their lives, 5 hours of pain and suffering to put it together, and they only use it once. Below that, another message. We're going to die on this boat. You can't inflate water. Well, you can freeze it. That makes it expand. So that's how you inflate it? A lone needle governs the gauge. Its machinations its own. Use a machine. The gauge has no controls and nothing that can be used. Just hit it! I don't think that's gonna work. Where's Shadow Pocket? Close it. They're mining their own bug's nest. That's a lot of bugs. Right, let's see if this loadout will help us better. Oh, that does help a lot. I should have been using that sooner. The bugs bug out of being alive. Laundry facilities, including this hand-operated washing machine, are kept well below deck. Guests don't want to see how the sausage is washed. Search it. A tiara. In a washing machine? Chaos truly did befall this voyage. This must have belonged to the ship's cabinet boy. Open it. A classic pair of deckhand's pants. You wonder if somewhere there's a deckhand running around without their pants, but given the state of this boat, it is far more likely that they are dead. A note is taped up inside the cabinet. You can't wear them because you have regular legs. Dang. Sailors Poseidus and Poseidon'ts. Poseidu, remember your date formats. Standard. Month, day, year, local, radio, international, maritime basic. Well, I tried that, but apparently it didn't work. Maritime plus, maritime minus, deckhand basic. There's a second page, maritime humor. Read it. What's the pirate's best part of the boat? The starboard. What's the sailor's favorite joke? Land. Go back to the Poseidus. Eating the note is a big Poseidon. Hit it again. Okay, now it stopped. Oh, now the steam is somewhere else. The path up is steamless. Confession, friend. Rarely would I put me trust in a novice seaman, but to come in this far, you proved you had the true heart of a sailor. Nod. And I'm afraid I must tell you that we have a new problem. You may have dealt with the steam pipes, but now we've been locked in the wheelhouse. Expect you'll find the door key in the crow's nest. You know how crows be. Wait, what? Now, please, hurry! Some of the passengers in here be getting hungry. They don't mean it for a nibble in the bendy telescope. I still don't understand that code. Leaving unattended bags on deck. Now, is this that a Poseidu or Poseidon't? Let me go back and check. Nope, it just... Nope, it just says, remember your date formats. Nothing about rummaging through whatever's on board. Indeed it is. We'll make a sailing out of you, novice seaman. Search the bag. You find a naval battery. This dirty bag dishonors the deck. Search it. Nothing of value. Only a scrap of handwritten letter, and the rest of the paper is succumbed to swamp atrophy. Read it. Having said that, Martha, the boat has taken a sharp and sickening turn into a black and shimmering tear in the sky itself. I fear we are headed for land with unsafe speed. Grateful if you would call your father and rescue me from this impending unpleasantness. I will get this letter away to you promptly. I'm sure that swamps have mailboxes. Why, it's an unopened bag. A blank canvas, a fresh sheet of snow, beautiful morning, endless possibility. Open it. Oh, just a couple meat. Probably in some alternate universe, the bag was filled with fabulous treasure. There's a handwritten sign on this barrel that reads, Bosun C.C. David. Look inside. A brackish soup burbles in the bottom of the barrel. Remains of David, grim and foul smelling. Where's my stench armor at? I currently have 3 stench armor. I just need 3 more. Where's my gas mask? Take anything useful. It's a little solid left in liquidated bosun, but its crisp cap has kept its shape. Sailor's cap. It's a cap doffed by a sailor to all manner of mermaids and mermen. Tucked in its brim is a soggy telegram, which slips from the hat into the goop. Read it. Telegram reads, Mr. H. Longfellow, Longfellow Riverboat. Company, stop. Hope you well. Stop. Requesting permission to mutiny. Stop. Captain ordering ship into storm. Stop. Says passengers will love it. Stop. Crew plans to mutiny anyway, just so you not be mad with us. Stop. Three outhouses, all alike in dignity, i.e. below average. Note on the side of the structure says, the standard combination doesn't work. The deckhand padlock these up again? You don't need to use an outhouse right now, which is fortunate, as 2 unlocked doors contain not toilets, but rat skeletons. The 3rd door is locked. Open the lock. Like a 2-legged spider, this lock has 6 spaces. What about the code from earlier? Lock shakes, it didn't like that. Fine, examine it. You run your hand slightly across the roof and make out a carpenter's mark. The initials VH. Either that stands for Valley Hardware or Versatile Hog. If you haven't met the Versatile Hog yet, you don't want any part of that. You don't want any part of that at all. Nope, nothing about VH. A beastly crow eyes you with alien bloodlust. Say hello. Hello, sir. Maybe there's something in that locker that can help us with this crow. Oh, now I see why the month date was 00, because it's 01 and 04. Now I understand. We got Standard, Month Day, Maritime Basic, Maritime Plus. Deckhand Basic, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. So, day, year, month, day, year, month. So, 0 or 0 4 5 1. 04 04 51. Yeah, that should be it. Silly me, overcomplicating a simple puzzle and having to look it up. Hey, there we go. The lock slipped from the door, shattering upon deck into 1,000 tiny pieces. Inside the stall is a ruined toilet, which, no surprise, on the back of the door is something quite unexpected. Step through the time portal. You step from the outhouse into a beautiful day. The sky is blue and bright, the glistening deck is freshly swabbed, and the passenger is hale, hearty, and freshly swabbed. You exit in a moment of joy, a frozen tear on a warm cheek. Cool beans. I never met Mr. Longfellow. Perhaps he's too long to meet. Pencil in hand, the passenger nurses over his missive. See what he's writing. It's a letter, in progress. Sneak a peek. Oh, Martha, I was never fit to be a husband so long, as my mind was cursed to generate my great ideas. For example, if we twist the cow differently, we might produce not milk, but cheese? I must be free of our marriage if I am to pursue this notion. I trust it's clear why I dove out of the car so suddenly. Okay, so this is the letter guy. If I don't see a whale on this cruise, I will simply throw up. Fine day for a crab lunch, eh? Crowd is too excited about the stairs to let you through. Oh hey, there's the tiara person. That crown sparkles like the well-brushed tooth of an ice troll. Speak with the owner. Fine cruise, traveler. Who are you? Whom I am multitudes, traveler. To one, I am one thing. To another, another. To some, I am a riverboat passenger. To others, a countess of the city of clocks. Nice crown. Tiara. Where'd you get it? It was gifted to me by a scientist that sacrifices heart for a city that has stopped breathing. What city is that? It is dead and buried. Let it remain thus. You seem interesting. Indeed. I bear many curses. Can I have the tiara? I am sure you can possess it, but I do not believe it can ever be had by anyone. How much for the tiara? It has a price, yes. 100 meat. Show the ruined tiara you found in the hole. What do you make of this? She barely glances at a tarnished double of her glorious crown. I have looked upon my bones before, and I expect I shall again. Okay. Look, this boat is going to crash. Yes, I think you should not be here when it does. She has not looked at you once this whole time. A flying cruise to you. Goodbye. That can't stand where the crow was, or rather, will. Talk to him. Wait, there's no access to the promenade right now. The stewards are tastefully arranging lunch, and the slightest disturbance could throw out the tastefulness. You transform into a crow in the future? Hope not. Left my crow face behind in the 20s, like any lad. What do you make of Captain Dan? Captain's disciplined, alright, no mistake. I like to joke that Dan stands for discipline and no mistake. That's a joke you like to make. Correcto. I think this boat's going to crash. Sea travel is perfectly safe, I assure you. Statistically, it's more dangerous to ride a motorcycle into the ocean. Correct. You have to stop this boat. Stop the boat? The captain wouldn't hear of it. He took his charter to show all his guests the time of their lives, and that's just what he means to do. Well, goodbye. Good cruise to you. You don't hear the captain. Only sea jazz. Okay, I'll buy the tiara. You got glorious tiara. Mysticality, Moxie, physical armor. This is the purchase, by you, of a city from its final countess. But it's actually just a crown, right? She turns in silence to face the waves. Glorious! Hello. Wow, that is a shiny crown. Or tiara. Dazzling tiara on your noggin reflects in the crow's dreadful eyes. With great agitation, he flaps his giant wings and leaps off the deck right at you. Like a king's sickly second cousin, he wants the crown, and he's gonna take his shot. What if I throw the tiara through the time door? With a supernatural whoosh, the tiara is sucked back into whence it came. Undeterred, the crow pursueth. He's gone, lost in time, and destined to become his own grandfather. Or yours. What now? Ah. Crow is bound and waits extradition to Sky Court. No need to panic, pal. Second I saw that crow lurch from the outhouse, I had him flat on the deck, its wings bound with secret sailor's knot. You were never in any real danger. Was that crow holding a tiara by chance? I'm afraid the crow swallowed in the scuffle, pal. Drat! And I like that tiara. Well, back to the turban we go. Well, that's one way to defeat a tiara then. Or a crow. These stairs lead to the top deck, where normally only those passengers who have lived a virtuous life can ascend. You always hear about the crow's nest on a boat. That and the crow's hole. Reach inside the crow's hole. You got Longerfellow ring. A ring to promote in conjunction with regular exercise and balanced diet the longening of a fellow. Makes you longer. Also, did a second crow just join in? Giant and ghoulish crow asserts unchallenged dominion over the boat's top deck, and he rules not through love, but fear. What is scarier than a crow? Stoked away to plot revolution in the shadows. Well, I do feel longer. Oh yeah, there's more crows that join every time I loot this. You got crow bullion. A bar of gold engraved with the head of a stately crow. Crows use this for money. Prideful King Crow rules over the deck. Scare him off! What's that? A human outscare a crow? If you figure a way to do that, then let the rest of us know, would you? Will you be the first in the history of the world? Turn your eyes. Terrifying! The crow pales like a dauphin at the guillotine and scurries as fast as his giant wings can flap. Alone! Another crow has made its home on the deck, in response to your flagrant rummaging of its crow holes. Scare it. Okay, that's one crow scared off, but two? Not even an actual scarecrow can manage that. Tear an invisible encyclopedia in half! The crow's dark feathers run white, and with the last vestiges of its strength, he abandons the deck and communal nest. Hooray! Do I have enough moxie? I do. This one looks pretty clever, but the first crow was the deepest. Shatter his mind. Word of a tricksy crow frightener is spreading fast along the boat. Soon the myth itself will evolve its own life and thoughts. Cellar door is the most beautiful phrase in the world. Say it backwards. What? I don't get it. The crow staggers overboard, grasping at its last scraps of sandy like a sudden tear in a bathing suit. This power of yours, it's one to be used responsibly. No, it's not. What if I rummage through another crow hole? Reach inside the crow hole. You got a wheelhouse key. It's a key, and it looks long enough to unlock the doors of the longer fellow. Not the shiniest key you've ever seen, but by a crow standards, it's alright. Strange marks mar the tiny table's surface. Look closer. Faint impressions of words are left in the wood, as if someone wrote a letter at its table without first putting something beneath the paper, which is very rude to do if the table is not yours. And though the new and very serious captain has not even met us yet, he has already made a big stink about my having one beer while we are out on a charter. I have half a mind to jump ship and take this little table with me, because I own it, and so it is fine for me to write here without anything between the paper and the surface. Okay. The crow's in a 5-way tie for the biggest bird you've ever seen. Fright the bird! Whole swamp is now fertilized, and hatches with Taco the Traveler, who gobbles up the courage of crows like so much country stew. So mythic is its figure, nobody would believe that you, a mortal, are they, unless if you show them. Action, not words. Flex your tongue with malice. The first farmer to stick a scarecrow in his wheat fields was never really satisfied with the creation. Sure, it worked, but it didn't look like what he'd seen in his mind. The thing he saw, those thousands of years ago, was you. In this moment, you are the scarecrow. You've always been the scarecrow. Yes! I am the scarecrow now. This game is a little totally weird. Yeah, it's great. No marks on the table surface. If anyone used this to write, they put something underneath the paper, which is commendable etiquette, but not helpful to your reconstruction of the historical record. Amount for binoculars. Though with the binoculars missing, the opportunities for sightseeing are minimal. Also, you're in a swamp. Look through the mount anyway. A few feet out from the riverboat's carcass, a frog is fighting off a heron with a whip. Rarely are you afforded such a close-up view of nature. There's a skeleton hiding in the apple barrel, bobbing along with a few apple skeletons. That's the wheelhouse. The wheel door is around the corner. Still can't see, I'm afraid. It's the wheelhouse, not the window house. At last, the wheelhouse. Your compass is going wild. The money must be inside. Knock. Girl's got the key, novice seaman. Had a spare in here. But we ate it one day to stave off cannibalism. Well, good thing I have the key. Click clack. The wheelhouse key has become wheel home. Huh. The creaks reach your ears before the creaker your eyes. Suspended from the ceiling, this boxy thing given motion lurches left, right, and down, straining at the springs grafted to its back. There is no ship's captain, no passengers, no meat. This automaton, this creature, is the only living thing in the wheelhouse, if you can call that living. Captain Dan? Novice seaman in me wheelhouse. 'Tis a day most dreaded by every sailor. Worse fate even than us chomping by the chitinous beak of a frightful skilla. Can only guess that the boat's being on land has imbued you with extra powers allowing you to make it this far. Was I not supposed to rescue you from the wheelhouse? I'm afraid ye being a passenger on me riverboat rules. What of me that needed saving from the steam, the crows and the bugs, but ye that needed killing. By them. What have you done, Dan? A machine I be, a novice seaman, made to follow instructions. Me instructions were to captain this riverboat and show all these aboard the time of their lives. The time of their lives, you see. Time meaning beginning, middle, and end. To fulfill me task to its letters, I had no choice but to ram the riverboat into a monstrous swamp and terminate every living soul aboard. Right, some questions. Water away. That's how we say fire away at sea. Ain't chance you got a huge amount of meat stashed up here. Meat? Ah, I've no use for it. Know why Mudhenge sent me here then. Mudhenge? You be thinking of Stonehenge, novice seaman? No. Why'd you have to try and kill me? I'm not a passenger. Aye, and ye be alright. For a novice seaman, haha. Only teasing. But me instructions require me to show all aboard the time of their life. So once you boarded the craft, you became me responsibility. I'd say your quibble is with the writers of the instructions and not with me. You'll just kill anyone who comes across this boat? Can't promise it, but yarder, I'll give it the old college try. Old water college as it is. I'm starting to doubt your command of nautical knowledge. Doubt me command, do ye? Mutinous talk! Shut your land lips! Your logic is, who made you this way? Master Longerfellow had a dream, novice seaman. And that was to make the most things in the world just a little bit longer. Thought he could give his customers a longer journey aboard a riverboat, you see, if a captain weren't human with all the attendant problems and flesh, or an automaton requiring neither breaks nor salary. Your logic is a little flawed? Strained. Your whispering land lies, lubber. What ye believe to be faulty reasoning is mere misfires in your rotting brain. To me, a perfectly correct creature of logic, and a moral sailor to boot. What I've done as a captain be not just logical, but very, very good, and smart. You know you misinterpreted time of your life. Misinterpret? The only miss I know, novice seaman, is that the powerful mysteries we sailors call the ocean. I be a sailor, you know. If you were a sailor, you'd know your Poseidons and Poseidon'ts. And what of it? I'd hardly need a lecture on Poseidons from a land leech. Killing your passengers and crew is, to me, a big Poseidon. Captain Dan dangles uncomfortably from his rod graphs. Even I, a novice seaman, know that. Captain Dan's wooden noggin starts to spin like an owl on merry-go-round. Do you know less about the sea than a novice seaman? Captain Dan's limbs spin and spin, threatening to overheat, until instead, he whimpers into non-existence. He fears you most, Slime, and always did. For all his faults of logic, he fancies himself a sailor to his wooden bones. And it is a tenet of nautical prophecy that only thing that can kill a sailor is a warrior from the land. Search about. It wasn't all a lie, though. The Bendy telescope was real. Bendy telescope. Your enemies will never see it coming, getting knocked on a noggin with a Bendy telescope, not even if they had access to their own Bendy telescope. You lead Dan shattered into wormwood food, his anchor laying in automaton hell. No longer shall he menace land or sea, and the little patch of swampland is safe once again, if not especially desirable to visit or live. It's my riverboat now, buddy boy. The sea captain can only survive so long on land. The ship's radio still broadcast, though only to an empty and derelict riverboat. Swear into the microphone! Despite the radio's limited broadcasting area, the filthy and unprintable words from your mouth blast a horrible smell across the country. And at this exact moment, many miles away, a creature's eyes snap open for the first time. The Federal Radio Commission has been born! You're banned from using the radio. The wheel's made of plastic. The boat must have been controlled via Captain Dan's central wooden nervous system. Take the wheel! Yoink! I assume you mean take it with you, not take control of the ship. Traditional wooden ship's wheel in a non-traditional location. Your pocket. Your compass needle oscillates violently in the presence of this console. Turn off the console. Just like that, the needle reverts to its normal function, pointing west. So there never was any meat here? Just some electrical interference confusing your compass? This would never happen at Stonehenge. Oh look, it's the hunk of junk that spoiled your visit to the Mudhenge. Dan wasn't lying about one thing. You really can see a lot with the aid of a bendy telescope, including from this angle. What looks like a disturbed plank under one of the chairs on the main deck. Oh. Main deck. Which one was the main deck? Yeah, main deck. The plank beneath the chair looks fine up close, but much is revealed through the contours of a bendy telescope. Dislodge the plank. One of the passengers must have stashed this away for their family, or you. You can't rule that they left this here for you. Well, that's some meat, I guess. Can I see anything else with the bendy telescope? I cannot. Captain Dan isn't human. There's no worse slur than calling a sailor inhuman. I'll put up with landlubber slander when they're on your turf, but I won't hear another word of it at sea. Well, goodbye. Well, no time paradox today, I guess. Goodbye, longer fellow. Oh, right. I gotta check out that, cache that the insects were guarding. So this one's not gonna move for now, and it's these three I have to worry about. Coffee mug attack, go! That did not do anything. Elemental armor. Well, I do have a lot of items I probably might use. Probably should use. But I have a lot of that I can spare. Ah well, just use a handful of dirty water. Take that. And we can take this out with a weapon attack? No, it's not going to be enough. Battery. Deal sleaze damage. Now we do the weapon attack. Victory! The Chasten Bugs abandoned the trunk for new adventures. Now, what was it in here that so intrigued those bugs? Take a peek. You gain 12 meat. A little meat, and well, will you look at that? Look at it. The only other thing in the trunk is a magazine about model trains. Those bugs have got their bite marks all over its pages. Funny. Those creatures may look different, but they like a model train, just the same as you. That's not what I like. Right, right. I don't care about model trains. Nothing left near but an old model train magazine, falling apart like a misglued couplings on a Mecklenburg T4. Well. Let's see, I got those things. Let's go to Frogbog. Oh right, I gotta equip the Shadow Ring to just disperse these guys. Here it is. Ah, here it is. Shadow Banishing Ring. It was right here. There it is. Ribbit. Buddy, ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Buddy, help! Frogs are talking? Speak to the frogs. You clear your throat. There was a frog in it. Haha. Maybe don't use that joke when talking to the frogs, though. Hello, frogs? Frogs! Humans! Ribbit! Frogs! Humans! 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 Not! Ribbit! Ribbit! Humans! Ribbit! You address the frogs again. Wait, are you saying you're humans, not frogs? Right! Yes! Yes! Right! 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 Yes! Ribbit! You think about what it would be like to be trapped in a frog's body. After a few seconds, you stop thinking about it because you don't like thinking about things that fill you with harrowing existential angst. How does this happen? Yes! Statue! Curse! Statue! Curse! Curse! Ancient quarry! Ancient frog! Cave! Frog! Frog! Statue! Cave! Quarry! Quarry! Kinda hard to understand when everybody talking all at once. Why are you all talking? Curse! All! Single! Mind! Single! Mind! Share! 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 Frogs! Share! Frogs! All! Mind! Share! All frogs share a single mind. Wow! That's incredible! This changes... Actually, you can't think of any significant consequences of what you just learned. You try to remember the last time you interacted with a specific frog as an individual, and it was... Uh-oh. That biology class. Probably not best to bring that up. Is there someone I can help you? One of the larger frogs hops up to you and coughs loudly. A shiny green object flies out of its mouth and sinks into the water. Grab it. You roll up your sleeve and plunge your hand to the nasty water. Your fingers find a hard object, which turned out to be... Wow! Shiny! You turn back to the frog. What should I do with this? A second frog approaches and belches up a soggy piece of paper. You decide to just look at it instead of touching it with your hand. It appears to be a shipping label from a nearby quarry. Single. Careful. Ribbit. Ribbit. Luck. Careful. Good. Banish the shadow. There's a note on the door. Drive efficiently. Excess gas fuel will be deducted from your paycheck. Management. Some things never change. This guy seems a bit, froggy. Hi there, Ribbit. This might seem like a strange question, but do you know anything about a curse? Ribbit. Your attitude says no, but your everything else says yes. Ribbit. I think what happened is that frogs and humans got their bodies switched. This This is either a guy who thinks he's a frog, or a soul of a frog wrapped in the body of a guy, or a really good method actor rehearsing for a toad hall. Hi, excuse me? Ribbit. You seen any cursed frog idols around? He sticks his tongue out as a fly buzzes past. Seems confused and disappointed by its length. Ooh boy. Okay, good luck. Ribbit. Here's another one of those froggy men. Hi, Ribbit. If I asked you if you were a frog trapped in a man's body, would you have any way to answer the question that I would be able to understand? Ribbit. Because I don't know what I was expecting. All the oil in this lamp is dried up. This chair has been converted into a very uncomfortable bed. There's only one bed. That S in that bunk sign must have been a typo. Some cruel soul tuned his radio to static and then walked away. Used the gadget. Presumably these lockers are where the employees keep their personal possessions. Check them out. A frog lady's watching. Seems real agitated. Better leave them alone. This lady seemed real nervous about something, although the way she's hopping around the floor makes it difficult to judge her body language in a regular way. Hi ma'am, Ribbit. Can you tell me, can you communicate to me in some way anything about a curse? Ribbit. Oh jeez, please don't do that thing with your neck. Ribbit. This door is locked so the food won't escape, presumably. This man doesn't look very happy to be a frog, or the other way around, or whatever. Hi there, Ribbit. Nice to see you look like a fancy guy, Ribbit. I guess you basically won the frog lottery, huh? Ribbit. Your assumption was correct. It's a bookshelf full of books. It's all books on management, with titles like Shaking the Invisible Hand, You Deserve More, How to Get Blood Out of the Turnips You Hired. Painting of a safe. Is that meant to be a reverse psychology? Look behind it. You push the painting aside to find, surprise, a safe. Unfortunately, it's a key-type safe and you don't have the key. Not that a combination lock would have been much better, but you could have twiddled the dial and hoped to get lucky. It's a foreman's desk, presumably. Dig through it. You find a key labeled Mess and a gun labeled Bess in two different drawers. There's some papers and stuff, but none of it seems significant to you. Personal files for everybody who works at or has ever worked at this quarry. Check them out. You give files a quick riffle through. They tend to be very thin, people who are hired and then quit real fast. There's only a handful of current records and they aren't very interesting. Look up Slime Green. What? You don't work here. I still don't believe you worked at that gas station or that restaurant. Look up Slime Green. Ugh, fine. You flip through folders and holy crap, there you are. Slime Green. What the heck? Yeah, I get around. Unbelievably, there's your employment file. This hat rag is dressed like a cowboy. Take the hat. Muscle plus Moxie. There you go. You leave the key on the nearby windowsill. It's as advertised. It's a mess. Ha! From the looks of the crust on these dishes, the food here wasn't very good even before it spoiled. This range doesn't seem to have a gas line connected to it. I guess you could warm something up to room temperature. Looks like these people got so hungry they started eating cabinet doors. Search the last remaining door. Nothing here but junk. This table is swarming with flies. This frog seems more cheerful about the situation than the others you've seen. Hey, don't touch that! Ah, a talking... man. That's right, I'm a human man and not a frog at all. I have reason to believe that you're actually a frog in a man's body somehow. Well, it's my body now and I'm keeping it. I don't need any dry-skinned legwalkers coming here and... Holy pup, you got the missing eye! This big emerald? Yeah, I was just noticing it looks an awful lot like that other one. Okay, I absolutely need you to step away from that statue. Right hopping now. You don't want me to fix it? Looks pretty important. It's very important. It's an ancient idol of the frog god. And when the humans have blasphemed against it by removing that eye, this particular human right here, I might add, they were cursed with the great croaking one's righteous fury. Oh, so that's why all the frogs here and the frogs in that bog nearby. Yep, you guessed it. It's a Freaky Friday routine. How does a frog know what Freaky Friday is? And our character doesn't? I don't know what that means. Forget about it. The point is, the humans did the crime, so it's now a frog's time to shine. And if I put the eye back, if you put the eye back, it undoes the curse. Yeah. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have told you that. Those frogs, people really want their bodies back. Well, so hopping what? Hop them. Jeez, man. Look, take your inherent pro-human bias into account and consider the justice of the situation, okay? These people come rolling in here with their machines and stuff, tear up our land, spill oil and gasoline everywhere. Then they find this ancient religious icon, and the first thing they do is try to loot it. These aren't good people, and they got what was coming to them. Well, what should I do? I'll tell you what you do. Take the other eye out of the statue. What? I don't want to be a frog. Nah, don't worry about that. It won't curse you. What it'll do is make the original curse permanent. No take-backs, no do-overs. That's justice, tadpole. Tell you what, I'll sweeten the deal. You can keep the emeralds. Heck, I'll make a necklace for you. You like necklaces? I'm still getting used to having a neck myself. Well... I'll think about it, lie. Well, considering that I haven't really figured out how to work these fists yet, I can't do much to stop you either way. But I'm warning you, put that eye back, you're gonna find yourself on the wrong side of history, pal. Uh-huh. Judging from the smell and the thick cloud of flies, that is not a place for a good time. Let's not go back there unless you have a really good reason. Because I want to talk about it some more. Well, I'm standing, it's a pretty straightforward thing. Just walk over there and yank that emerald out of the socket. I don't understand why you want that. Didn't I already explain this, pal? I want to be swapped to permanent. I want to keep this body. Seems rude to do this to people. Don't take their side. They deserve what they got. They deserve return to the frogs. Hey, you saying that like being a frog sucks or something? Oh, come on. I take exception to that. It's speciesist. It's being a frog ruled. Can you breathe through your skin? I didn't think so. How do you know how the statue works? I just kind of know? It's like I can hear the frog god speaking to me through the idol. Sort of. Not exactly. It's hard to explain. Gosh, maybe you're the frog chosen one or something. Well, I'll try not to get a swelled head about it. Your head is bigger than your whole body was before, though. Yeah, good job. That was literally the joke I was making. Try to keep up, kid. Ah, I see. Why don't you take the gem out yourself? I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't exactly have fine motor control over this body yet. I can't even stand up straight without falling over. Doing pretty well. The other can't even talk yet. Oh, really? Must be because I'm the frog chosen one. I mean, you might be. Kid, I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. Why do you want to be a human so much? Because it's exciting and new! Check out these thumbs, are you kidding me? Some of the climbing type frogs have rudimentary thumbs, but not like these tadpoles. I'm gonna give so many thumbs up to people, it's gonna be great. You said being a frog ruled though. Well, sure, but come on, you like, what's the thing humans like? Sandwiches? What's that? It's a kind of food. You get some bread and... Okay, I don't need the recipe. Maybe later. The point is, you can't eat only sandwiches your whole life, right? You get bored. Frog gave me this emerald. How is that possible? Oh, that was probably me. I mean, him. Try that again. This human mind is in my frog body. I was hopping around in here when it happened. You were in this cave? Kind of far from water. Yeah, but I've always been really drawn to this statue. Huh. Maybe I am the frog chosen one. Kneel before me, human! Nah, just kidding. I was pretty devout though. A particularly religious frog? Well, unlike we humans, frogs only have one god. If there's only one game in town, you might as well play, right? That seems important. Well, look, if you're trying to convince me to change my mind about this, well, it's not working. Shoot. If you want to try the argument again, be my guest. I haven't got anywhere else but be at the moment. I don't know that I got any more points to make. Well, maybe if you make them a different order, it'll help. Since it's the first time I have an argument with anyone, so I'm still figuring it out myself. Let me catch my breath for a moment. Come back for another try, eh? I guess so. Okay, fire away. Probably just woke up and stole the jewel again. That's just like him. He assumes so. It's the only fact I know about him, which is that he steals jewels. Why do you want to be a human so much? Check out these thumbs. Are you kidding me? Blah, 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 blah. The others agree with me. Humans can have dumb frog bodies. Serves them right. Don't. Being stuck with those dumb frog bodies is just desserts. Okay, but are they all guilty? Now, one frog gave me the emerald to fix a statue with. He's like a pretty good guy, at least. That was the guy who sold the eye in the first place. He's the particular guy who wrecked the statue. Maybe he feels bad about it? Oh, I'm sure he does. Now that he's being punished, if you can't take the slime, don't do the crime. What if I bring the frog in here? No, can't do that. Anything in the frog bog? Nope. Back to the quarry. I can't believe I'm arguing with a frog turned into a human. Hmm. Okay, I think this is the point we need to start with. Calling in the Frog Chosen One. Then the Emerald. Okay, then we have to mention why he can't take out the gem himself. Oh. How do you know this statue works? I just kind of know. It's like I can hear the frog god speaking through the idol. Sort of. Not exactly. It's hard to explain. Gosh, maybe you're the frog chosen one or something. Well, I'll try not to get a swelled head about it. It was bigger than your whole body was before, though. Yeah, good job. That was literally the joke I was making. Try to keep up, kid. Ah, I see. A frog gave me this emerald. How is that possible? Oh, that was probably me. I mean him. Try that again. This human's minded my frog body. I was hopping around in here when it happened. You were in this cave? It's kind of far from water. Yeah, but I've always been down to this statue. Maybe I am the frog chosen one. Kneel before me, human. Nah, I'm just kidding. I wasn't pretty devout though, particularly religious frog. Well, unlike you we humans, frogs only have one god. It's only one game in town, you might as well play, right? That seems important. Why don't you take a gem out yourself? I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't exactly have fine motor control over this body yet. I can't even stand up straight without falling over. You're doing pretty well, because you can't even talk yet. Huh, really? Wonder why that is. Maybe because you're more religious than the others? Nah, I mean, I'm devout as hop, but the others aren't less devout. All frogs share the same mind. Oh yeah, are you still connected to the others? No, I can't hear them thinking anymore. To be honest, it's nice to finally get a peace and quiet. That's interesting. Why do you want to be human so much? Because it's exciting and new. Check out these stumps, are you kidding me? Some with a blah blah, we already read this one. Being a frog sucked. I guarantee others agree with me. Well, except you can't really guarantee it because you don't share the same mind anymore. You don't know what they're thinking. Ooh, look at you, all used to having hairs and being able to split them. It's true though. It seems rude to do this to people. Don't take their side, they deserve what they got. They deserve to turn into frogs. That's right, they do. Those guys blasphemed against the frog god and are being stuck with those dumb frog buddies. They're just desserts. Okay, but are they all guilty? That one frog gave me the emerald to fix a statue with. He's like a pretty good guy at least. That was the one that stole the eye in the first place. He's the particular guy who wrecked the statue. And now you want to wreck it even more. You're the super devout and religious frog, right? It doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't want to fix it. Well, sometimes you gotta break some eggs if you want to make a broken egg thing. Some kind of food or whatever. Yeah, right. Look, what I'm hearing here is you think all the humans should suffer for the actions of just one guy, which is something that you want to make worse. And you don't even know how the other frogs feel about it. Well, that's... I mean, duh. Alright, kid. Guess you got me dead to rights. Ha! In your face, which isn't actually yours. Thing is, though, your point being valid doesn't obligate me to change my mind. Oh. But I'll tell you what. If you can prove to me that the other former frogs around here don't want to be humans, and it was really only one human to blame for this blasphemy, then maybe we can work out a better solution to this. How do I do that? You're an adventurer, aren't you? Go wander around and poke at stuff and talk to people. That's your whole deal. The other frog people can't talk, though. Remember? I tried on my way here, probably. Oh, yeah. Well, probably being next to the statue helped me develop faster. Maybe it would help him too? Let me see that emerald you got. Give him the emerald. Okay, yeah. This eye isn't glowing like the other one is, see? Maybe it can be recharged. He holds the emerald against the statue, and after a moment it begins to glow softly. Nice! Okay, take this and see if it doesn't help you communicate with the others. I'll cool my heels here while you're gone. That's the thing you do with heels, right? Glowing emerald. This is the most beautiful thing a frog has ever barfed at you. It's glowing from within. Oh right, never introduced myself. I'm Slime Green. Yeah, names. Right, I'm Frogger Yielding. Frogger Yielding? Huh. Do all frogs have frog in their name like that? No, frogs don't have names. One might, remember? I just kind of found this name. In here. In this cave? In this guy's head. Don't ask me to try to explain that. I don't get it either. Weird coincidence though, right? Yeah. Huh. Hi there. How's, being a human treating you? You have any water? Pour some water on me. Excuse me. My skin's too dry. I'm drying out. That's not really a problem for humans. I mean, I guess it's a small problem. You can get moisturizer cream for it. What are you talking about? I'm dying here. Pretty sure you can't die of dry skin. I won't be able to breathe. I'll shrivel up and die. That's not how... Water! Water! So, if I were to ask you you're enjoying being human... Never mind. So, water! Water! Look, you're not asphyxiating, you're fine. Are you nuts? My skin's so dry it's hanging off me. Look, that's your clothes. Hi there, how's it going? So hungry. Can't catch anything. Catch? This new tongue isn't nearly long enough. I see a fly go past and gluck, gluck. Nothing. Nothing. I'm starving. Have you tried using your hands? My hands? My hands that are always touching the ground? Well, that's the most unhygienic thing I've ever heard. Disgusting. So, would you say you're enjoying being human? I'll put you down as a no. Ain't not catching food? A fly randomly flew into my open mouth. Wow, that's lucky. It tasted terrible. What's wrong with my mouth? Hi? Hello. Oh, what was that weird sound? What sound? The sound I just made. There it is again. You mean talking? I guess? What's with all the different noises? Normally I just go ribbit and everyone gets what I mean. Well, you're human now. It works differently for us. It's wildly inefficient and clumsy and confusing. I don't like this at all. Well, how do you like being a human apart from that? Ribbit. Oh, even a basic ribbit sounds all weird and gross. I guess I'll put you down as doesn't like it. Are you getting any more used to talking like a human? No, not at all! Ah, stop making me do it! Alright, that's going. What's going on? Where am I? What am I? Judging by your suit and office, you're in the body of a wealthy quarry owner. I don't know what that means. Is it something to do with money? I suddenly want a lot of that, whatever it is. Around here is money specifically called meat. Meat, gotcha. Do you have any? Give me some. No, I need that for purchasing goods and services. Is that what it's for? Huh. Are goods and services not just available for those that need them? Wow, I really don't have time to explain capitalism to you. Well, whatever. I don't understand how stuff works. I just need sweet meat. It's kind of disturbing how quickly you picked this up. Come on, buddy, I'm desperate. My meat murmur is going up at all. Help me out here. I'm just gonna back away now. Hey, you haven't seen the key for the safe around, have you? A key? Is that what this little pointy brass doohickey in my leg skin hole is? Pocket. It's called Pocket. And yeah, probably. Can I have it? That depends on how much meat you're gonna give me. I'll give you a million meat. I'll give you 50. For 50, you can rent the key for 1 minute. Sure, whatever, a deal. You hammer over the meat, and the frogman lands you his brass key. Look at all this meat. I'm gonna use it to get more meat. Then I can use that meat to get more meat. It's important in its own right, and as a way to keep score against other people who have a lot of meat. Okay, let's not get too unsubtle here. You unlock the safe, return the key, and find a bunch of tins of fancy, expensive caviar. You got an item. Riche en foie brand caviar. Doesn't actually say caviar. It says boulette de poisson salé. But the picture at the side of the tin looks like caviar. There's a lot in that safe. The foreman must really be into finer things in life, where finer is defined as expensive. Is there a different kind? Nothing in the mess hall. What about the bunk? Hey, is it okay if I look in these lockers? No! What if there's a giant tuatara in here? I don't know what that is. It's a type of frog-eating lizard from New Zealand. Well, if through some sort of hilarious coincidence or misadventure does happen to be one in here, it'll get me first and you can run away. Well, okay. There's not actually much in the way of personal possessions in here. Ragged clothes, some cracked and dented hard hats, a few family photos taped inside of the doors, and a note that says, taping photographs on us inside of the locker and doors is a violation of protocol and will be noted on your record. Management. This lady seems real nervous about something. Excuse me. Don't eat me! Jeez, I'm not gonna eat you. No, sorry, you startled me. I thought you were a snake for a second. You don't really need to worry about snakes. I mean, okay, maybe you should be careful about poisonous ones, but what are you talking about? Well, you're much bigger now. Sure! So just imagine how big the snakes must be. Giant snakes! Big enough to eat a frog my size in one bite. Can you imagine? Nowhere is safe. They'll smash down the shack like it was nothing. Technically not untrue. There's only one bed. The S on that bunk side must have been a typo. An institutional metal bed frame, and the thinnest mattress you've ever seen. The sheets are all tattered too, although they look like someone's doing their best to keep them clean. There's a note on the headboard. Whoever's doing it, please take your boots off when it's turn to use the bed, no matter how tired you are. Oh hey! Ain't luck finding about the frogs and humans and vice versa? I talked to all the frogs. What about the human side of things? Well, from what I discovered, this was a really crappy place to work. Still looking around, though. Okay, well, rather than have you explain things piecemeal, let's keep it simple and save the explanation till you're finished. Fair enough. Alright, well, to the human side of things we go, then. Nope, doesn't look like it. Clearly the employees here weren't being fed well, or possibly at all. Maybe that's why there weren't many. Maybe they ate each other. Maybe that's the last clue I needed. There's a bunch of papers and stuff if you want to look through them. Yeah, okay. You shuffle the papers around. They're mainly invoices and receipts. 3 things you find of interest are a yacht catalog, a telegram, and a receipt from the Pinkertons. It's got the fancy Pinkerton's National Detective Agency logo at the top, and the charge listed is 500 meat for services rendered on July 6th of last year. Read a telegram. Dear sir, prepare to offer 250,000 for each emerald of cut, color, and clarity you describe. Stop. Please telephone to arrange visit and inspection by our expert. Stop. Regards, Seymour Hartier. 500,000 meat? That would buy a whole lot of gumballs. Examine the catalog. It's a picture of a particularly fancy yacht that's been circled in red ink. The price is listed as 200,000 meat. Good grief, you'd have to grind a whole lot of random encounters to see that kind of money. Well, that tears it. The guy running this place was absolutely horrible. Examine. A lot of incidents of workers being written up for complaining, and a lot of injury reports, and wow, the salaries listed are pathetic nearly to the point of being criminal. You also find a handwritten letter from one of the workers, formally requesting to be the crew be issued new hard hats. Sprawled across the bottom in the other hand is a comment, "Ha! What does he think, I'm made of money?" Wonder if there's anything back in July 6th, huh? Aha, here's something. July 6th. There's an article about miners' strike in Hayden Quarry. Apparently the workers there were striking for better pay, living conditions, and safety. The strike was broken up by the Pinkertons, and one worker was killed and the 2 others wounded in the resulting fight. Oh. The article ends with a note from the editor. We would like to make it clear that the workers were neither miners nor, strictly speaking, miners. Oh, what's this, June 4th? Ah, today's paper tells of the disappearance of the charter riverboat Longfellow. All passengers and crew are presumed deceased. The riverboat's owner, Henry Longfellow, is quoted as saying, "There are many things that are long, such as boats and some distances, but the longest of all is grief." The article's not much help, but further down the page there's a coupon for free meat? Put the coupon out. Who would print this? Ooh, January 4th. So there was something about that wrecked riverboat in the swamp. Today, a new charter riverboat, the Longfellow, was announced. Those possess a sufficient endowment to charter the vessel are guaranteed the time of their lives, according to the boat's owner, Mr. Henry Longfellow, who is a younger and longer brother of the poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. At the riverboat's champagne christening on the Crystal Dream River, one reporter was heard to joke, "Is there a long guest, fellow?" To which Mr. Longfellow replied somberly, "No, that is a myth." Well, this is weird. Where did this guy come from? Alright, any luck finding about the humans, frogs and humans and vice versa? Talk to all the frogs. What are the human side of things? Yeah, I'm done investigating all that. Great, so what did you find out? Well, all the frogs either hate their new human bodies or they're being driven crazy by them. They're all having a really terrible time. Ah, geez, really? Well, that stinks. I like those guys. On the human side, it's clear that everyone working here was a super miserable except the foreman, who was keeping all the profits for himself while he paid the workers basically nothing and spent even less than that on maintaining the place. So he was planning on selling those emeralds. I can basically guarantee that the foreman forced the guy you're wearing to take the eye. Well, that sounds pretty conclusive. So what now? I hop. I guess you better go ahead and change everyone back. It's gonna suck to go back to being a frog after tasting his sweet human freedom, but other frogs hate this and the humans don't deserve it, so go ahead and put the emerald back in the idol. There might be another option. What do you mean? Well, we got one frog who wants to be human and one human who sucks and should probably get some justice, right? Oh, huh. Swap me into the foreman's body and change everyone else back. Yeah, can we do that? Is that a thing? Well, let's see. If the swaps were, proximity sort of thing, really were a proximity sort of thing, and then we got, but then, Okay, yeah, I think it might be doable. No guarantees, but hey, when are there ever guarantees, am I right? What's your plan? First thing we need to do, and by we you mean me, naturally, is to get the foreman's body and my frog body down here next to the idol. How do I do that? Well, how do you humans generally get people to do things you want them to do? Bribery? I was gonna say ask nicely, but when you think about it, a bribe is the ultimate form of asking nicely. Okay, I'm on it. Oh, huh. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna touch that for now. Let's just get the foreman quest done. Hey, can I get you to follow me for a minute? There's something I need to show you. Bah, I don't have time to do things for a poor person does. The only place I'm going to is to the top. Please, it's important. The only thing important to me is M-U-N... Wait, how do you spell money? With an O. M-O-N-N-E-Y. Maybe I can make it worth your while? Oh yes? Are you going to give me more meat? I must warn you, now that I've established myself as a human of wealth, my price has increased drastically. How much? 12 brillion meat! That isn't a real number. Numbers go on forever, you don't know them all. How about this tin of fancy caviar? What's that? Fish eggs. Ugh, that sounds something like a frog would eat, and I am a human person. No, this is food specifically liked by rich people. You can tell because the label's in French, see? Something about the juxtaposition of the words food and French makes me deeply uncomfortable. No thank you. It's funny because French people eat frog legs. You shrug and put the caviar back in the safe. You aren't feeling either hoity or toity enough to eat it yourself. Fine, I go look for something else. Back into fly cave I go. Alright, we're doing this. These flies are large and aggressive. That's 2 understatements for the price of 1. Ow. Oh god, they hurt. Cheese buddy! Go! Oops. Wrong cheese. Wrong cheese-based magic. Punch! Ow. You won. No unusually large flies on you. Excellent. Can I talk to you for a sec? Phew, need a break, I'm fried. Yeah, I've easily gotten more exercise this week than in the last couple of years combined. Well, it's good to do a little physical work instead of just wielding a soldering iron all day. What if you had a one the size of a sword though? Ooh, best of both worlds. Do I have any pickaxes? I do. But apparently I can't pick this one. A giant pile of squirming maggots. Also a squirming pile of giant maggots. Take one. You pick up one of the huge, nasty, wriggling grubs. Ugh. Imagine something about the size and the shape of a sweet potato, except white, sticky, and wriggling. Now, having one of these in your inventory is bad enough, let alone two. Here, Froggy, I got a big maggot for you. Please, can I get you to come with me for a minute? I get that you're begging, but I require a more substantial incentive. How about this big juicy maggot? That is also frog food. I am a human, a wealthy human. But look how fat and meaty it is. When did you ever see a maggot of this size? Only the truly wealthy could afford to eat such an enormous maggot. It does look pretty good. I mean, I'd have eaten it myself already, but since I'm poor, I didn't think I deserved it. But if you don't want it... You move the maggot closer to your mouth, slowing down considerably as you get closer. It rises in your hand like a weasel trapped in a wet rubber bag. Oddly specific. No! Stop! Oh, thank God. I won't allow it! You're quite right. This maggot is a feast only for those who could truly appreciate it. Hand it over immediately. Come with me to a cave in the quarry, and I'll give it to you when we get there. Very well, if you insist. You lead the frogman to the idol in the cave. Give him the maggot and convince him to stay there for a while with promises of more maggots later. Cool. This cave is miserable. Not the right environment for a wealthy human at all. I only need you here for a little while, and the statue is nice, right? It's rather provincial, but I suppose it's nice in a kitschy sort of way. And the emerald looks very valuable, but I was promised maggots. Well, stick around for a while, and I think you'll get even more than you bargained for. Oh, right, I need to get the X him down here. Yeah, that's gonna be the problem. Because I need to find the original frog. Hey, I was looking for a specific frog. I mean, guy? The guy who was in the cave with a weird statue? Frog just sort of stare at you. Probably the guy who took the emerald out of it? It's fine though, no harm done. Well, kind of a lot of harm done actually, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't your fault. I just mean, I'm not here to hassle you about it, I just need your help fixing this. Frog continues staring. Hello? Luck. Good, Ribbit. Alright, let's go back to the employee logs then. You look through the personnel files again, and not surprisingly, you didn't find anyone named Frogger Yielding. You do find a guy named Roger Fielding though. That makes much more sense as a human name. He has a lot of black marks on his record for things like not chatting about workplace safety conditions and whining about food. That's probably the right person. Okay, let's talk to them again. Hello, anyone here named Roger Fielding? I'm looking for a man named Roger Fielding whose mind is trapped inside the body of a frog, and I cannot believe what my life has become. Frog hopped up to you. Ribbit. Hi, are you Roger? Ribbit. I sure hope that means yes. Listen, I am this close to fixing this whole mess, I just need to come back to the idol with me. Ribbit. We launch her back to the cave. Roger the Frog is watching you expectantly. Hey, looks like you got both of them. Nice work. You sure that's the right frog? As sure as I can be, and not like they have name tags. What's next? Well, here's my plan. You put the emerald back in the statue, undoing the curse. The foreman and I both zap back into our original bodies. The foreman sees the emeralds, and because he's a greedy hopper, he grabs one, reactivating the curse. While he does that, I jump onto his head, ensuring that I'm the nearest frog to him when the switch happens. Okay, I see only one thing wrong with this plan. What's that? I don't want to be a frog. When he reactivates a curse, it'll switch everybody. Nothing is actually fixed by this. Yeah, that's the other part of the plan. See, I think we can avoid that. You think? Because I'm a devout worshiper of the frog god, and all the other frogs share one mine. So if the frog mind prays to the frog god to only curse this one jerk who's stealing the eye from the statue, hopefully the frog god will listen. Hopefully! Look, if you got a better plan, I'm all ears. Well, just the 2 ears, but that's 2 more than I used to have. Fine, I'll put the eye back. The statue's remaining eye glitters at you calmly and inscrutably. Return the missing eye. In the interest of full disclosure, I should point out this is a one-way decision. If you mess with the idol, you won't be able to change your mind afterwards. Just don't mess this up. No, we come this far. Return the missing eye. You socket the missing emerald back into the statue. Both eyes flash with a brilliant green light and dim again. Ugh, what in the blazes? Ah, jeez, my brain feels all slimy and weird. Fielding! Didn't I tell you to get me these emeralds? I thought Forget it! Clearly, if I want something done right around here, I gotta do it myself! Ribbit. Stand back. As the foreman grabs the emerald and twists it, you see the frog jump into his hand and close its eyes real tight. The frog god's emerald eye flash a bright, almost blinding green light. There. Did it work? What worked, boss? You check your hands. They are, thankfully, your regular human hands. Yeah, it worked. Ha ha ha! Yes! Take the other emerald. You pop the other emerald out of its socket. The frog god's eyes flare again, and then go dark. This time for good. You got another gleaming emerald. You aren't normally one for prying eyes, but in this case you made an exception. Ribbit? What the heck is going on here? I'll explain later. What's going on here is, you get a raise and a week's vacation. All the workers get a raise and a week's vacation. Ribbit? Are you feeling okay, boss? It's gonna take a lot of explaining. Thanks for all your help, kid. Slime, I should say. You did good. Oh, no problem, Frogger. Or whatever your name is now. Unfortunately, I gotta ask you for that emerald back. I think I'm gonna need to sell these to get this place up to code and clean up ecological damage and pay the workers real salaries and so on. Ah, shucks. Well, okay. It's for a good cause. Here, maybe take this frog with you. Maybe you can teach him not to be such a hopwad. Ribbit. You got an item. Mr. Haim, the greedy frog. Ooh. Frog seems confused, but not too confused to know a fat wallet when it smells one. Weird. Thanks. I guess we have a frog now. Frogger gives you a thumbs up. It takes him a couple tries. Roger looks hard and confused. That probably won't change soon. What's going on? You know the phrase, meet the new boss, same as the old boss? This is the exact opposite of that. Help me out here? I was just a frog until just a moment ago. Yeah, and the frog that was keeping your body warm for you is now driving the foreman around. I think you'll like him. He's a real decent guy. Huh. Okay. You might have to teach him some real unexpected things, though. Everything alright? What's going on? There's a new foreman? Well, in a sense, yeah. At any rate, things should run a lot more equitably around here from now on. I think I had some kind of weird dream. Feel all groggy. Close. Very close. This guy's an uncomfortable but hopeful look on his face. How's it going? My mouth feels weird, but other than that, everything's normal, I guess. Is it true we got a new foreman? Yep, that's a fact. Well, sort of, in a sense. As long as we can get some decent food around you, I'll be satisfied. I don't think that'll be a problem, except you might want to be real... Except you might have to be real specific about what decent food means. What? Well, you'll see. Everything okay? I heard Mr. Haim had some change of heart. Is it true? Don't know about his heart, but you could say he changed his mind. That's wonderful news. Do you think he'd buy me a new mop? Mine only has the stick left. Wow, if your expectations are that low, you're gonna have a real surprise. A bucket? You okay? I'll be fine if I can get some sleep instead of working 4 shifts. I heard the foreman declare a holiday. You think he'll give me a few hours off? In fact, I heard him say everyone gets a whole week off. Oh, thank God! I'm so tired I could sleep on a granite block. Like that one right there, which is where I have actually been sleeping, on alternate Sundays. Wow. Oh, we helped the quarry. Yay. Now, what's this crash site all about? This is the most diagonal plane you've ever encountered. How do you even crash like this? It's a grumpy-looking pirate. Pilot. Talk to her. Seems like I have kind of a problem here. Ha! You think? Yeah, 3 kinds of problems I got if you don't count the headache. My plane being stuck ass downward in this swamp is the most obvious one. Anything I can help with? Name slime, by the way. Rhonda Ramusin. Hi. Yeah, if you got some time on your hands, you can bet your buns I can use it. What happened? I'm looking to be the first to fly on a plane all the way around the swamp in one go, see? Nearly made it too, but first to fly nearly all the way around the swamp won't be making any newspaper headlines. Now look at what I got. A plane half buried in the muck, tainted fuel, and even if I get those sorted out, there ain't enough runway here for me to get flying again. What's wrong with your fuel? When I landed, the fuel tank got full of swamp water, which I don't know how well versed you are in the chemistry of aircraft fuel, but not good for it. Not good for it. So I siphoned the tank dry, figured it wouldn't be that big deal since I got a can of backup fuel. Ooh, let me guess. That's full of water too? Ain't nothing so bad that it can't be a little bit worse. Can that be fixed somehow? Well, technically, yeah. It just needs to have the water distilled out of it. I don't have anything like that kind of equipment though. Maybe I can dig something up. That'd be great! Any basic distillation setup should do the trick. Ain't rocket science, just airplane science. That's a much slower kind of science. Here's a can. I'll see what I can do. What's involved in building a runway? With enough tar and macadam, I could slap down a quick and dirty runway. Dirtier than quick for certain, but it'd be good enough to get me out of here, and I got plenty of tar, but where'd you get that barrel of tar anyway? You know, that's a funny story, but anyway, I need a load of macadam to go with it. What's macadam? Like a gravel for fuss budgets. For my purposes, I need a load of rocks exactly 3 centimeters across. That isn't very many rocks. Each individual rock is 3 centimeters across, not the whole load together. Oh. I could look for rocks that size. Well, that'd be great. Come to think of it, I believe I passed an old quarry on the way down. Didn't get a close look because I was kind of distracted, but I can mark it on your map for you. Can't go myself, need to stay here and guard the tar. Okay, I'll go take a look. Your plane seems real stuck. Oh, you noticed, huh? Yeah, it's sticking up out of the granite. Yeah, yep, it sure is. The way Rhonda's staring at you starts to make you a little uncomfortable. Consider your options. You consider all the possible ways in which you might extract this plane from its current state of diagonality. Beasts of burden? Well, I don't have 4 oxen and a wagon tongue. I don't have a construction crane for heavy industry. I don't have a big magnet for science. I don't think piety is even a stat. Procrastination, maybe, but no. Let's just use telekinesis. You close your eyes and reach out with your feelings. Then you cause your feelings to magically coalesce into a giant hand made of pure energy, which easily plucks the plane from the mire while also avoiding a super dumb and anachronistic pop culture reference. Oh, Star Wars references. Thanks, feelings. Now your plane unstuck. I saw. That was a hell of a trick, I gotta say. I'm duly impressed. Aw, shucks. She still kicked me mud with weeds and all, but I guess that comes with the territory. In a real literal sense. I think a little elbow grease can't correct, plus maybe a little regular aircraft grease. A dump truck sits beneath the chute, patiently awaiting the day of its dump. Feldman Quarry, keep out. This rock has an X painted on it for some reason. This rock is wearing sunglasses. There's some hobo code painted on this rock. Translate. The code reads, X marks a vein of rock candy ore. This must be the vein of rock candy ore that the hobo message was about. Mine it. You make short work of the ore's hard candy shell. Ooh, pure rock candy. Do I still have the pickaxe? I do. Oop. Kerchunk. Polish. Slabs of rock feeding to the machine from the quarry's conveyor belt. Polish. The rock's tumbling around inside the machine, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I guess you can't polish something that's already smooth? Pound! Pound! A lever labeled Crush. Nope. Reload. Okay, so pound. So pound reduces it by 11 centimeters. Crush reduces it by 20. Polish reduces it by 1. Oh, that was not 20. It was like more like 28. Close enough. Nope, that was definitely not it. Okay, so pound is a flat 11. Crush is... Huh. I guess crush is random. 5 centimeters. Not what I'm looking for. Oh, we're getting close. Nope. So that took out 35 out of 52. I took 12 out of 17. I took 4 out of 5. What if I pound it first, then crush? Okay, we're closer, but not exactly. Ah, there we go. Polish! Now pull it. A dump truck full of hard-won macadam. Right back to Rhonda. Really? You don't even know who this truck belongs to? Yes, really. You're just gonna steal it. You know that's a crime, right? I'll bring it back. Well, will you promise? Yes, I promise. Sheesh. Oh, I don't know. That didn't sound very sincere. Oh, come on! Look, I'm not just willing to be an accessory to dump truck theft. I said I'll bring it back. Alright, well, if you don't, it's on your head, not mine. Who are you, my mom? Now, we just need fire. Nope, that doesn't work. I have no idea what just happened there. Got your macadam, madam. Say, there's some good-looking rocks. Nice find. Okay, give me a hand spreading these out and tarring them up. Two of you spend some time setting up a makeshift runway. It's hard, dirty work, but it beats dealing with fairies and fishmen for the rest of the bonkers nonsense you've been getting up to. Good, good. I'll do nicely. Well, nice is maybe over-complimenting it, but that's good enough. Great. Try to find a still somewhere. Ooh! Where was it? There was Moonshiner Shack. Does that count as a still? Yes! A rusty old firepower still. You're pretty sure these aren't meant to be operated indoors. Hey, maybe I could use the thing to fix Rama's sense fuel. It's still the wet fuel. You light the fire and run the still for long enough to fix the fuel, but not quite long enough to cause your own death from smoke inhalation. You got distilled plain fuel. This is as dry as fuel can get and still count as fuel. Got your fuel cleaned up. No shinola? There was any in there, I think I got it out. Let's have a look. She opens the can and pours a little into the wine glass and swirls it around, peering it closely. Well, look at that! No legs at all! Ah, jeez, did I mess it up? No, that's a good thing. It means you got rid of all the water. I don't see any dirt in here either. Nice work! Thanks. Guess you're all set then? Looks like it. Got my plane, fuel, and runway all sorted out. Thanks a ton. Couldn't have done it without you. You know, you could have a career in aviation if you ever decide to give up. What do you do? I'd rather not attempt to explain it. I do a lot of things. Gotcha. I've had jobs like that. Well, I haven't got any meat on hand to pay you for your time, but here, let me give you this spare flight helmet as a souvenir. You got a leather aviator helmet. A stylish leather helmet that'll help you convince everybody that you're a celebrity aviator. Neat. Thanks. You're the pal. Keep her flying. Good luck. Can we return the truck? Yes, we can. Drive it back there. The dump truck is back where it belongs, thanks to your integrity and civic-mindedness. Well, I guess we got a couple more places to visit. Ouch. Hooray! Ooh. Now, there was a quest here that I wanted to take. What's so special about the fishing rod? Catch things that your scientists would say are impossible to find in water. Yes, fish, but also impossible things. How about throwing in fishing rights? You got your eyes on our largemouths, eh? I'll give you 10 minutes alone with the fish, how about that? No questions asked. Deal. Good. Now, Peter, our guard by the front gate, was the last to see Occam's gator in the sickening flesh. Peter chased him out of our property in a revolting little hamlet. Dared not enter himself. I'll mark it on your map. I'm convinced that's where you'll find Occam's. And inside Occam's, Cathay. Now bring her home, you hearing me? There's a base thong in the sink, and in each of the drawers. Splash some water on your face. You lose nauseated. Signs say take a bottle of base oil. Bass oil? Take a bottle of bass oil. Why, it's glued to the table. Bottles create the whole thing. Now they reverse the sign, which reads, if you can. Take the sign. You got the annoying sign. Now I'll take the... Used to be a sign here once. Now just a couple bottles of damn bass oil glued to the table. What a metaphor for the state of labor in this country. Take the bottles. Huzzah! You break the bonds to the glue with a satisfying thought. What do you mean this bass oil is considered alcohol? This refrigerator hums with quiet menace. Or maybe it's the motor. Search it. The only item inside is sardine salad sandwich in a cardboard box. Box is labeled Adams, do not eat. Yeah, I'm not going to eat someone's lunch. Fishing cats are slow to trust. Try to pet her. Alas. No friendship. To the Gatorman Hamlet. Well, those are certainly Gatormen. The guards stop in their tracks and start sniffing around suspiciously. They're almost certain to notice if you get any closer. Staying put isn't an option here. Which way do you want to go and how? Away from them. Recharge. Come on, move already. Don't tell anyone about this place. Handle on the fridge is busted. This is gonna be a headache come lunchtime. Try to open the door. No dice, and no door opening either. Whoever smashing the handle want to keep you out or keep something in. Magical talking sandwich, maybe. Force the door. With great effort, you force the door open. Released from its refrigerated cage, the cold man squirms out into the muck, gasping for air. My God! You are my savior! One more day trapped there, I would have succumbed completely to despair. Who are you? I'm Fabian, an illustrator of the natural sciences. Arid steppes, glittering bergs of ice, but lately my interests have taken me to these damp lands. I am in my soggy period. How'd you get in here? I was traveling to the swamp to sketch a native cypress only to be caught in a net by these gator-esque men. At first, they allowed me to roam within the confines of this camp, but when I shouted for help at a passing truck, I was put into the refrigerator. What truck? Oh, it hurtled through the camp like a bass out of hell. There was a boy and a girl at the wheel. I was called out, "Stop! I am a prisoner! Take me with you!" But they drove on. What makes a person do that? There was a truck headed north of here, I am sure of it. Ah, interesting, thank you. You know of a creature called Occam's gator? Occam's gator, supposedly a large gator with two tails who breathes smoke from its nostrils? Yeah, yes! I think you're describing my mother-in-law, haha! Okay, so you don't know. No, I apologize, I shouldn't have said that. Melanie has always been kind to me. Okay? Every weekend she bakes me a bowl of nougat. I apologize, Melanie. If you want to leave, the way out is more or less clear. I do want to leave, that is a good guess. If we ever meet again, it would be honor me to paint your portrait. I am an artist, you know. And I cannot paint you right away, as I am in my soggy period. But if I conclude that work, or if you become soggy, well, who knows? Am I not soggy enough? Not for academia, no. Oh well. Hope we meet again. And I'm not in the refrigerator when we do. A safe, hanging in an unsafe manner from the ceiling. Open it. Got a combination lock and you don't know the combination. Sleeping gator man, unless they're lying about being asleep? Let him be. Retreat! They can live. Ah, wasps. A truck a bit north of here, it said. Wait, which way is north? Oh, it's no longer a crash plane anymore. It's just a runway now. Okay, I can ask around largemouth bass and suns. Sure, I'll take whatever's in the sack. Not worth it. What's the matter with you? She's left me. Who left you? Amphibious truck. Oh, so not a person. No, I'm more interested in amphibious trucks. So what happened to your truck? Our truck. It's a company truck. We used to take the fish to market. A couple nights ago, I forgot to fill her up before bed. That must have really ticked her off, because the next morning she was gone. No note, no nothing. What's this puddle here? It's the gas I never gave her that night. It's here now, in our special place. Waiting for her to come home. Could I have to do anything with the missing kids? Tom and Kathy? I have to talk with Mr. Chapman and Mr. Tracy about that. How far could someone have gone in the truck? With the gas left in her? Couldn't have gone farther than 100 miles. 100 miles. 100 miles, okay. No, 100. Sorry. 100 is the fisherman's lingo. It means 11. 11, huh? And 11. Oh, there it is. Amphibious truck. You see a plume of smoke. Oh, no, wait. That's just a random encounter. Amphibious truck. There's nothing amphibious about this truck. The cab door hangs limply from its hinges. Pull it open. The truck has been abandoned for some time. There's nobody inside unless they are very small and hiding. Are they small and hiding? No. Search the seats. Newspaper left on the passenger seat is open to the classifieds page. Circled an advertisement for Mr. Rat's Hotel for Working Women and the docks. Search under the seats. The gas tank is located underneath the driver's seat, which has the advantage of lowering the truck's center of gravity. This gas tank is empty, which has a disadvantage of the truck not working. You also notice a tiny glint of metal, a key! You found this key in the largemouth Bass and Sons truck. Maybe it opens the lock back home? Take the paper. You don't need it. It's yesterday's news. Black smoke billows from the cowl. That engine is cooked. Eat the engine. You can't eat something just because it's cooked. Eat the engine. It's too far large to eat. Eat the engine. It's just not possible to eat the engine. Eat the engine. It would kill you to even try. Eat the engine. Girding yourself against the overbearing heat, you wrench open the cowl and peer through the smoke, only to find that someone has beaten you to it. The engine has already been eaten. Next chance I get, I'm eating an engine. Sure. Hold on. Are you Tom and Kathy? Tom and Kathy? Tom Chapman and Kathy Tracy? The boy nods slightly. You can see you put in the work to remember their surnames, and though you may be at cross purposes, respect must be paid. Who wants to know? I've been working for your bass fishing father. Which one? Don't answer. Doesn't matter. Take a last look. We're on the next bus out. Your folks back home think you were kidnapped or eaten. That's so utterly typical. They can't even conceive that someone might not want to live in the same small little largemouth bass life that they do. It's not even a life. Not for us it's not. The kind of life we want to lead, it's only possible in the city. What kind of life is that? We're gonna start a business making wigs for judges. I'm trying to find my own path too. We ain't trying squat. We're doing wigs for judges. Is that a job? Are they? Are you? I don't think judges wear wigs in this country. It's going to be an international company. That's where the money is, if you know anything about business. I need to take you back to your parents. Hell to that! You need to take us back like a bass needs bones. We're not going back, pal. Not ever. Largemouth Bass and Sons is a trap. All we can ever do is repeat the same old toxic patterns that our fathers did, our grandfathers did. Debone the fish, rebone the fish, debone the fish. What's the point? It's a mindless life and it's never going to change. No, pal. Not for us. Better to die in poverty than deliver largemouth bass deboner and reboner. Unfortunately, I was hired to bring you home. Listen, friend. We're not going back. There's nothing nobody can make us. Fine, I tried. No! No! Occam's Gator! You have no power here! Occam's Gator? That's a real guy? Occam's Gator is... Why, he's the bane of our lives! Our family lives! He has haunted us, tortured us before I was even born! Can he be reasoned with? Back. Did I say back? Miserable back. We will be miserable if we go back. The Gator sneers. To your surprise, the beast apparently has no intention of killing or eating the children, but means to return them home to Largemouth Bass and Sons. But why? Why would it care? You want them to be miserable. Oh yes, miserable back. I don't know what Occam's Gator wants except our whole family to be miserable. I don't know why else he torments us. What's your problem? Misery. You just want to cause misery. Bass misery. To Largemouth Bass and Sons specifically. Why exactly? God. What? God? Misery God. You have a god that wants to cause misery to Largemouth Bass and Sons? Amen. What's your god's name? Occam's Gator. Now you leave these kids alone. Thank you, but there's no shaking Occam's Gator when he's got his mind set to a thing. Mind set. There's gotta be a way we can work this out. Violence. Apart from that, violence misery. Change Occam's mind. Monster abide by his own obscure ethos, whereas you can outthink him. If you let them go, they'll cause more misery to their families. Largemouth Bass and Sons is totally reliant on these children to prop up their failing company. Whole thing is a joke. Without Tom and Kathy, it will all slide slowly but irrevocably into a long, painful era of decline over which looms the grim terminus of a business that, wow. That's true. Occam's Gator seems to be giving it some thought. Just something to consider. A slow smile creeps across Occam's Gator's face, and keeps on growing until it's made a complete ring around his head. Can you teach me how to do that? Apparently not. I don't know what to say. Nobody's ever subbed to that thing before. Dad even tried giving a cut of the business to leave us alone. You mean what you said though? You think the business will fail without us? Yeah, probably. Huh. We're doing the right thing. If I was 100% sure of that when we left, I am now 98% sure. Which is that's still very high. Yeah, that's pretty high. Well, thanks, stranger. Anyway, we're getting Occam to take a hike. Except Amita, not a Tom. I know it's not much, but would you want this? Free sample? You got it. Judge's wig. Judges wear these wigs to keep their hair from influencing the case. Enjoy that, but mind you, don't combine it with the jury's wig and the executioner's wig. Nobody should have that much power. Hold on just now. Are you still trying to take us back to Largemouth Bass? No. Look at the bus. I give you my blessing. Thank you, Deacon. Huh? Oh, you said blessing, so I just assumed. No, it's fine. It's still nice to have your blessing anyway. Thanks. Have a good life, stranger. I know we will. Goodbye, then. It's been an eventful wait for the bus. Alright, I got good news and bad news. Don't you dare show your face around here. You dithered and now Kathy is lost. I received a telegram from her and now she's throwing her life away chasing the judge-wig dreams of youth. Are you concerned about the future of your business without Kathy? It will all suffer the setback, as we have always done. But our plan to rebuild Large and Mouth Bass and Sons and Daughter will have to be put on hold. A pity. Name rolls off the tongue, which would be appropriate. That's how we slide the fish's bones out. Occam's gator is real. Yeah, I know. Ain't just I can still get that fishing rod? I'd sooner give it to the bass themselves. Fair enough. God knows what they do if the fish got their flippers on that sort of technology. Though, I don't mind telling you, I think we'd either be dead in a week or working for them. Sorry about the daughter. I only hope she realizes the mistake she's made. Her mother always told her, don't throw away your life for a man like I did. Meaning you? Huh. Now that you mention it, I wonder. When she sees you, the cat flees into your arms and licks your cheek with the vigor and sloppiness of an animal 10 times her size. Oh, hey there, girl. What's your name? The cat nods at its collar. Skila, it says. Skila, huh? That's what that big... No, what was that big lick for? The cat nods at the other side of the collar, which reads, You didn't go against the family. New cat unlocked. You can now pet Skila to receive a boon. What's the boon? Plus 20 to meat drops. I think I'll keep mine. The key fits snugly in the lock. So snugly you can't get it out, in fact, but it does its job nonetheless. The austere bedding testifies to the Tracy family's rigorous asceticism. One must purge body and mind of all comfort and distraction to achieve the hyperfocus of a bass fisherman. Search the beds. Secret candies? A bass fisherman should not be vulnerable to such temptations. A navy blue sticker is a sole resident of the coat rack. Fierce rummaging yields a letter in the right pocket. The envelope appears unopened. You got Kathy's letter. A letter from Kathy Tracy addressed only to Dad. The post office will never be able to deliver that. The envelope isn't sealed. You slide it open with ease. Dad. All anyone cares about in this family is largemouth bass. Well, I'm sick of it. Ain't I a person? Ain't I deserving of being cared about too? I'm leaving, Dad. For a place where dreams are possible. You ain't never gonna find me because you don't know where that is. Love, Kathy. Yes. Hi to Mom. Times are tough at Largemouth Bass & Sons, and pillows are in short supply. Spartan mattresses hold no secrets. Look under the pillow. You got 16 teeth. Tooth Fairy skipped this swamp for a while. You're not supposed to be in this room. It's better if Adam doesn't see you leave through the store. Better for whom? Better for you. Okay. You need to see this. Adam Tracy pores over the letter, his brow sinking to deeper furrows with each line. Ain't never! Ain't I! My friend, those are the vulgar contractions of the Occam's gator. I didn't get Kathy a copy of Jane Eyre to have her contract in properly. No, this letter is an obvious ruse, friend. Occam's clumsy attempt to throw us off the scent. Face it, Tiger, your daughter ran away from home. I'm yet to see any evidence of that. Found his teeth under a pillow. Yes, those are mine. You believe in the Tooth Fairy? No. Too late, friend. Tom's gone. I received a telegram from him in the news that he's in the big city. Thriving as the head of his own business for manufacturing wigs for judges. Wait, he's already set up a business? It's already thriving? Yes, it's fast, I know. But judges' wigs are a gold mine, and I can tell you I don't have the business instincts. Or you'd have recognized that right away. Sorry about your son. You know I'm actually proud of him. Always thought he was a dreamer. Never realized he had those killer instincts for business. Yeah, he's a good sort, Tom. Maybe I've been unfair to him. Are you worried about the future of your business without Tom? Succession is only an issue if I die, wouldn't you agree? And that's far from inevitable, especially if I invest in a good helmet. Occam's gator is real, I saw him. In the shower, yes? No? It's just that it's mostly where I see him. As you approach, the cat raises a quizzical eyebrow. I don't know what you're talking about. I certainly didn't have anything to do with helping Tom Chapman and Kathy Tracy flee their largemouth bass-fishing fathers. The cat only chuckles in response. What's your name, girl? Cat points to his collar. Charybdis. Oh, didn't even need to ask, I guess. These guys seem pretty focused on their after-meal hygiene, and their after-hygiene rest, respectively. Fight them. You won. That'll teach these Gatormen to go about their regular daily routines when you're around. Like magpies and shiny objects, Gators are compelled to hoard all their grandfather's items. Grandfather's chair. Grandfather's disgusting bird bath. Search it. You're not sure if this was such a great idea. Ugh. You got grandfather's teeth. These look like grandfather's bags. Go through them. You find a bundle of meat stashed in one of the bags. Apparently the creatures have no need of money. You wonder how they can afford to rent out this place. That's odd. Nothing should grow in here. Gatormen put away their rocks when they are done playing. Is this a ghost? Well, this is hardly the strangest thing you've seen over the last few days. It's definitely pretty weird. Looks like a ghostly man, mostly obviously his head, but you can just barely make out his body if you squint. You reach out to touch him, but your hand passes right through. He doesn't respond to any attempt to get his attention, but instead he seems focused on something you can't see to the left of that disgusting fly-covered meat hook. After a few minutes, the novelty sort of wears off, so you get on about your business. Boulder blocks the entrance. Push it. This building is way larger than it looks from the outside, and it's absolutely full of sleeping Gatormen. It's pretty easy to make this sound creepy by placing it in a disturbing context, but they really outdid themselves here. Whoops, not too late to turn tail and run. Turn the tails into dust. This beast prefers books to strange obelisks. Beasts are too enthralled by strange obelisks to notice you. These beasts are too enthralled by the strange obelisks to notice you. Whoa. Fascinating. Huh. You think Simone can see a ghostly version of you just like you can see one of her, but you can't otherwise interact. Still weird. A short and stubby finger of eldritch energy. Hmm. Oh, hey. That opened something. Huh, curious. This tree is here, but none of the other junk that Gatorman had gathered. What happens if I go back in there? Probably a fight. Okay, now they're just enthralled by the memory of the obelisk. That is very odd. Huh. Yeah, there we go. That opens the portal here. Curious. The tree is here, but none of the other junk that Gatorman had gathered. Well, that looks terrifying. You're not alone in this place. Say something. Something. Ha ha. Wait, I don't sound like that. I can see everything. I can see everything? What do you mean? In the portal. Huh? In the portal, I can see everything that ever was and ever will be. Everything that is to be known in our world, in this one, and all the worlds in between. It just translates it for us. I don't think it's safe here. I need to know everything. You sure about that? Yes. He won't even look at you. The portal commands its entire focus. According to the floating map, all worldly knowledge is contained in this swirling, convulsing star field, a kind of super-terrestrial library. Look inside. Your eyes bend to the writhing contours of the deep blackened star-smeared tunnel, preparing nervously to receive the sum of all human and extraterrestrial knowledge. In the tunnel's bright center, you see a field and a cow suckling a puffin. That farmer's watching. Anything else in there? Doesn't look like it. That's fine, but I was having to find all world knowledge. Floating man does not even react to your presence. The portal affords him a window into a curious world that commands his complete attention. I don't think that portal contains some of all worldly knowledge. I think it's just letting you look at a farm where a cow is nursing a puffin and a farmer is standing nearby and watching. That's all that's happening. He blinks backwards. You're really enjoying that, huh? Can't leave. Can't leave, why not? Minding. Midnight Man. Can't leave because of the Midnight Man? Yes. Hmm. Well, it looks heavier than when you last pushed it. Push it. It was heavier. Now it's heavier still. The force of each push exerts energy on the boulder, which is translated into mass. E equals m, see? Got that squared away. Push it again. Eee! Eee! Ha! The little creature has given you the slip. No sign of it in this world. Dang, I think I let it is. Aha! There it is. What happens if I point it downwards? Okay. What if I point the other one downwards? Okay, so that's pointed downwards. Ooh! I think I'm getting somewhere. No, he didn't come out here. Ooh! The sneaky little devil prances about like a jester given free rein in court. This must be the Midnight Man. Whatever mischief transpiring in this realm, you say that he's the lord of it. Hey, let that man at the portal leave this place. Whoo! Is that a yes? Whoo! Surely you'll take something in exchange. Surely there's something you'll take in exchange for freeing that man. Whoo! And don't call me Shirley. Oh, is this funny to you? Whoo! My sense of humor is deliciously twisted. I don't know what you want, I'm stuck. Nobody gets out. What if I lead him into a bunch of gators? Yeah, that'll be funny. Hey, go in there, stupid. No, that didn't work. Hold on a sec. What if I get myself a muscle? I'm probably going to regret the decision later. Oh, piece of paper in one of the pockets. Can a riverboat run with just a single deckhand on board? I suppose we're about to find out. Claudius got in a terrible spat with a new captain and jumped ship to crew the trawler of a passing lobster man. Andrew, as it turns out, embellished the qualification and isn't a trained deckhand at all. I'm already feeling the strain. I had to lock up the outhouses by myself, usually a three-man job. Suffice to say, this will make a real mess of my whole summer. Set sail today. Won't continue keeping this diary, as I only thought to buy one sheet of paper. Alright, so nothing important. I should probably redirect the portal first. Then push the rock back where it was. Hopefully that's not going to screw me up later. Aha! Now the outside should be blocked. Probably. Right, go get him. Something has changed the devil's demeanor. The antic hopping has ceased, replaced with perhaps a sobriety, a maturity. You. I spent so long thinking what I would do to you, who trapped me in this cage. And as my hungry mind turned over thoughts of disembowelment and exsanguination, I was drawn more and more to the walls of my prison. Why, there is such life here! Consider the growth of the intrepid peat moss, the burble of cheeky bogwater. Your world is quite simply beautiful. It is. I never knew there could be such beauty such as this. Had I known, my goodness, had I known, I would have lived much differently. I would have truly lived. Thus, I renounce mischief in all its forms. I dedicate my life to be care of cultivation of all glorious flora. I will become, how do you say it? A gardener. No, that's not how we say it. Or perhaps what your world needs is a gardener. What did you do to that man in the first place? Mr. Jeffers? Oh, ha. I did not ask for him. He came into my house, started crawling along my web. I promised to show him the secrets of the humor, but made him watch a scene of a cow giving its milk to a puffin. How about letting Mr. Jeffers go? Yes, I think that particular show has gone on long enough. Allow me to bring down a curtain and send him home. He burps. It's long and very loud, and he looks at you apologetically while he does it. After 3 minutes of sustained noise and eye contact, it's over, and the gateway to his dimension has vanished. It is done. Now help me move the boulder out of the way, that we might both be free. Yes, let's. The man you saw in faded form, floating in the Shadow Rift, is now before you as flesh and bone. You freed him. His black eyes fix you with a wild glare. You. What time is it? Hold on, let me check my uncursed pocket watch. What year? 1928? Right. Okay. Then I've been gone for 26 years. I'm going to need you to fill me on everything that's happened since 1902. You provide a concise history of the last quarter century. Okay, thanks. Is that alright? Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Disappointing to hear the watchful eye close its doors. Trying to find a new job, apparently. At least the world always needs reporters. Who are you? Nose Jeffers, reporter. Your name is Nose? My nickname is Nose. They call me that because I knows everything. Once I've done my research and talked to my sources, then I knows everything. What's your real name? I'm the reporter here. What's your real name? I could call myself Nose Jeffers. Nah. Sign green. Now that's something I knows. What were you doing out here? Came here in 1901 to investigate reports of a strange obelisk in the swamp. It was strange, alright. Took me to a new world where I met the Midnight Man. He promised to show me all knowledge you understand for a reporter. That's an impossible offer to resist. The answer to the great mysteries of history, you know, like Neptune? What do you think's going on up there? I believe it's mostly ice. That's so. Well, that's good. That's something I knows now. No problem. That's not what he showed me. Thought if I stared at that cow and puffin long enough, the answers I saw would reveal themselves to me. And did they? No. Maybe if I kept it longer. There was one teat I never got a great look at. Will we be alright? I tell you, after 26 years looking at what I was looking at, there's one thing I need, and that's a drink. I'm not sure talking about milk. Oh, I forgot to tell you about Prohibition. Damn, they finally pulled the trigger on that, huh? I do know a place, the Drunken Slime. Look it up. Thanks, friend. Real comfortable calling you friend at this point. I'll see you there, maybe. And I should give you something for the trouble, huh? Grover Burgess, our old EI's editor-in-chief, don't know if he's still around, he'd like to put out a special edition on his birthday, August 5th. The one we did a few years back, 1900, really broke the bank. If you can find it, that'll be worth a lot of money now. Interesting. Good luck out there. And with that he departs, wading through the swamp water and out into the world for the first time in over 2 decades. Nice. Hooray, we got to help someone. Wonder if there's anything else in the hamlet that we ignored because there were bad guys. Fight them! When in doubt, violence. dispatched the gator guards. Your path forward is clear. Gator stick. Running. What? Towards them. Charge. Ow. A dangling glob of revolting organic matter. Yay! A forge, presumably for hammering on terrible gator metals. A rack of horrible-looking weapons. Grab one. You grab the most appropriate one and leave the others to rest in peace. Ooh. A terrible rusty metal fridge dangles from the ceiling of this terrible rusty metal hovel. Rate it. Weird. None of this stuff is even perishable. Gator Man seems less aggressive than is typical for these guys. Hi there. Greet human, not eat. Greet. Thanks, I appreciate that. You seem a bit more relaxed than the rest of the gator folk. Yes, everyone crazy. Don't know reason. Not belong. Leave swamp. Where will you go? Don't know. Wander? Oh, like a hobo? Hobo? What that? Basically someone who travels from place to place because they're looking for work or just don't have anywhere specific to be. Yes! Hobo gator! First though, need weapon. Defend self. You know any hobo code you could teach me? Hobo code? What that? Oh right, since you wouldn't know any yet. It's like little symbols that hobos use to leave messages for other hobos. Here, I can show you some of the basic ones. You teach them the symbols for safe camp, cops here, and increasingly rare and exciting, pie on a windowsill. Offer him a weapon. I do have a duplicate fairy star wand. Yeah, you can have one of this. No thanks. Weapon weak. Need power. How about this gator stick that I have a duplicate of? Alright, I'll come back later then. Alright, finally go to the Gatorman Fortress. Well, as soon as I fight these bugs, I guess. First, close this. Now then, can I spend my... Well, I already learned all my basic skills, so I guess the only thing I have left to spend on is books. I don't even know what my skills are anymore. Stilton Splatter has been upgraded. Speaking of MCU kills, he dropped the book into a nearby pile of trash. Whoops. Parmesan Missile. Wow, the soldier who wrote these books was a real masochist. If these techniques weren't against the Geneva Convention, there will certainly be within a year or two. You discard the book in disgust. There we go. More armor. These Gatormen aren't doing enough damage to each other to seem like a real fight. Either they're just sparring, or this is how Gatormen arguments work. Either way, they aren't paying attention to you. Sneak past them. This filthy pipe must lead inside, presumably to a bathroom part of inside, if the smell is of any indication. Where is my stench armor? How much stench armor do I have? 3. Crawl through. Mine turns out to be much longer than you expected, with lots of twists and turns. Clearly, efficient airflow and ventilation system is not a big priority in Gatorman architecture. You eventually come out in either a garbage processing center or a kitchen. Most of the filth was scrubbed out of the pipe by your passing if you want to go back through it. This must be the Gatorman's dinner bell. I'm not going to ring that. Even if Gatormen don't bother to cook their even if Gatormen bother to cook their meals, they probably don't cook them with an electric stove standing in 18 inches of water. This is a kitchen, only in the sense that it's a place where food is prepared. There's nothing of value on the shelves, probably not even by Gatorman standards. Remains of an awful, awful meal. It's one of those fridges, you know, the ones hanging on big rusty chains. The chain wasn't attached very well, and the whole thing comes loose. Neither the refrigerator nor the chain is in very good shape, but you're probably not going to find a better version of this very specific combination. It would be nonsensical and cruel to ring the dinner bell without making dinner first. Nonsensical and cruel is the Gatorman standard of behavior. Let's not sink to their level. It's Charles, in a cage! It's a cage with Charles in it! Charles! Shh, they'll hear you! Oh, right. Boy, am I glad to see you, kid. Thought I was a goner. Well, you're the adventuresome type and all. You know how to pick a lock? Only with an appropriately shaped key. You gotta get it off to the leader then. I think his room's down the other end of the hall. Okay, I'll be right back. This bunch of Gatormen, wait, what's the collective noun for Gatormen? A cruelty? A depravity? A butthole? Well, anyway, this bunch of Gatormen seem more concerned with the possibility of someone breaking in the front door than sneaking through the kitchen. Sneak attack them. You stealthily creep up behind one of the Gatormen and knock him out with a quick strike to the back of his head. The other two seem shocked by his display of poor sportsmanship. Ow. Oh, screw it, ambushed him. You carefully sneak up behind a Gatorman, waiting for a perfect moment to strike, then you step on a screaming eel, one of the more aptly named forms of wildlife endemic to this area. Human trespasser! Sound alarm! Hey! Hey, alarm! Kill human! A couple of other Gatormen rush out, not wanting to miss a chance to kill human. Great. Oh, I think the bug also affects me, which is not very good. Ouch. Okay, let's not do that dumb coffee mug. Oh, here we go again. Ooh, that's a lot of meat. You're what? Now the collective noun can be an unconsciousness. This shoebox is waterlogged, a real surfeit of nouns. See if there's any shoes in it. There are. Big ones. The box disintegrates. This is either a pair of shoes for two people, or two pairs of shoes for people who only like to wear one shoe, but on both feet at once. That's a silly walk. A loose length of rusty chain. Grab it! As a seasoned adventurer, you can't possibly pass this up. You're not exactly sure how long this chain is because you're not sure how tight you're supposed to pull a chain when you measure it, and also because you don't really care. Items on the shelf are all too nasty for you to look at, let alone touch. A big rusty chemical barrel. Fish! The barrel says chloroform, and so does the smell leaking out of it. Woof. I see what you're going for. And sure, filling the place with chloroform fumes would knock out all the guards, but it would also knock you out. And the water you're standing in is almost knee-deep. You can double check your to-do list if you want, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have drown scheduled for today. Oh yeah, These two guards are still fighting outside, and you can't leave this one until you want to join them. I do. You won! Now you can leave this terrible place unimpeded. These Gatormen are exercising, and also blocking your way to whatever's at the end of the hall. Probably is something important, because the end of the hall is where the important stuff usually is, right? Take care of the big one. Punch! You won! Now you can find out what's at the other end of the hall. Hope it's cool. Hey, go away! Do you think the Gatorman's taste in books is as bad as everything else about them? Keeping the rust off your iron fist, don't eat your henchmen, tips for new rulers, spot welding guide for ad hoc fortresses. Yeah, these are all pretty much what you'd expect. Well, there's one thing that seems interesting. Bones and how to crack them. You need a combat skill. Increase your mysticality by 3. A treatise on bone pain and how to maximize it in your victims. Ooh. You skim through the really nasty parts, but you do learn a few things about Knuckles that you're able to apply in non-torture contexts. There's a slightly more challenging chapter that delves deeper into knuckle physics. If you do, cracking your knuckles will increase your mysticality by additional 2. Maybe later. Yay, new skill. You found it, the least comfortable chair in the world. This is a real seat of power. Flush it! This will leads out a massive underground chamber. Attach that chain you found. There. That ought to do it. Ow. Property private! Scram! You don't know what this object is, but... Oh, wait, it's got blood all over it. It's an altar. Oh, where'd he go? It's a weird pedestal. Touch it. Huh. I'm not sure what Gatorman Sciences is like, but I'm pretty sure it's not this. I'm serious! Go away! Whatever this is extremely broken. Fix it. All these blocks are clearly trying to move in a way that makes sense. They must have just gotten knocked out of alignment. Realign them. Move the blocks around relative to each other until they start moving in a more satisfying pattern, assuming you're a person who thinks smooth circular pattern is more satisfying than juddery spark-spewing chaos. Surely everybody's that kind of person. This has to be right. Yep. This device seems less broken now. Use it. Oof. Oof. Dang it. Ow. Good grief. You wouldn't have fixed it if you'd known it was going to be so ungrateful. Ziggurat power. You've been blasted with a bunch of ancient lasers, and it has awakened the ancient laser power concealed in the mitochondria of your cells. You can use 3 additional combat items per round. There's no way you're subjecting yourself to that again. Hooray! That means I can just spam items to win. Eye warning, kill you! Is this some kind of ancient temple guardian or something? Shooting out a bunch of tightly focused beams of light that science doesn't yet have a name for, but which you can probably assume you don't want touching you. Avoid the beams. Look at me, I'm Tom Cruise. Why do I need to go backwards? No, stop it. This is very silly. You should figure out how to turn that machine off before you get decapitated. It'd be a bad idea to turn that thing back on. You worst, I destroy! Goliath, kill! You really should have specified. Wow, jeez. You really did a number on this guy. Fish! Waste not gator blood, want not gator blood. You poke around in the mulch until you find something that looks more or less like an old iron key, except kind of blurry. It sizzles and twitches in your hand as you pick it up. You got an item, Cursed Key. You've been handling a lot of cursed objects lately, but this one seems especially dangerous. This has to be the key Charles mentioned. Look at that hulking Goliath at the end of the hall. There doesn't seem to be anything beyond it, and it looks like it could swash you in an instant. Let's go back and unlock Charles. You make your way quickly back up to the room where he was being held. No, let's go back and double check. Messing with this thing did not end well for the Gatorman Chief. Doesn't look like it didn't end particularly well for you either. Fight it! Really? You already got the key. You don't need to go toe-to-toe with a thing whose toes are as big as your head. Yes, fight it! Okay, I'm gonna do that whole fourth wall thing everybody loves. This is a super hard optional boss fight, not at all balanced. We didn't even bother to test whether it's possible to win. It is, and I'll show you! Huh. Yeah, that's definitely not what I thought it would be. Oof. I probably should have read that more closely. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Surrender! I'll come back for you at the end game. Just you wait. You shouldn't leave until you rescue Charles. Fine. I was gonna I don't think using a cursed key to open a cage is a good idea, though. Just for the record. Unlock the cage. Cursed key. You found a key? I think so. It's kind of weird, though. Yeah, I don't like the looks of that at all. I bet dollars to donuts that's the artifact we're looking for. Couldn't possibly be the key to this random gator man cage in the middle of nowhere then, could it? Well, mine has some kind of key-related power. Normally I'd advise against using it, but I don't see any other way out of this mess. Okay, here it goes. Unlock the cage. The key shifts unpleasantly in your hand, buzzing and clicking through jerky slideshow of shapes, as though searching for the particular slice of higher dimensional object that will fit this lock. When it finally finds the right one, it jerks forward in your hand and twists. The lock clicks open. Your hand feels numb. Thanks, Slime. Thought for sure my bacon was well and truly fried. Don't mention it, Charles. Let's just get the heck out of this dump. With no further cause to stick around apart from any unfinished side quests you might have. But you can always come back for them later. You can escort Charles back to town. Slime! You found a cursed artifact and brought Charles back home safely. I can't express how grateful I am. I don't know what we'd do without him. Thank you so much. It wasn't nothing, but, you know. Yeah, I get it. Don't forget to uncurse that thing before you go to bed. This key seems like it has power to open any lock. That could be extremely useful. Would it really be all that bad if I didn't uncurse it? Well, I'm not going to drag you into the machine and force you to do it, but yes. I don't actually know what would happen if you don't uncurse it, but I assume it will be pretty bad. Look, you uncursed all the other things, right? Yes. Great. So go ahead and uncurse this one too, okay? Better safe than sorry. Alright. Thanks again for the rescue, Slime. I'd have been a corned beef hash with a side of eggs if you haven't shown up. It was nothing, Charles. Basically followed your wrenches. Here's your wrenches hack, by the way. Nice. Knew these big would come in handy for something someday. Don't you use them for, like, wrenching? Well, the 7/8, yeah, but the 255, 256, not so much. Gotcha. Anything I can help you with? Nope. Let's see, which one was it? Aha! August 5th. To commemorate Editor-in-Chief Grover Burgess' birthday, the August 5th, 1900 edition of the paper is printed entirely on meat. That's awfully generous of him and explains a fair amount of how this place went out of business. You pluck it out of the archives. Pluck, pluck. Where else? Hobo Camp. No gator hobo. Alright, I need to turn in the alcohol. Well, quote, alcohol, unquote. You're back, baby! Found this case of whiskey. Good deal, add it to the menu right away. Found this case of tequila. Gracias, muchacho! Found this crate of bass oil. I don't think people are gonna like this very much, but you're the boss. What do we got? Wine, vodka, whiskey, tequila. Let's see, muscle, mysticality, absinthe, cola, range weapon attacks, bass oil. Okay. Time to pick a full store. Right. First applicant is Rodkin's Fine Jewelry. Jewelry store could really class up old Plunkett Street. Second is Bertrand Bakery. Bert's a buddy of mine from restaurant days. Makes a good loaf. The last applicant is La Table Enchanté. It's like a high-end kitchen store, magical utensils and the like. Bakery sounds good. Okay, I'll get him moved in. The next storefront ready for applicants. Thanks, Charles. You install the longer fellow's wheel. What you decide is the bow of the room. Ahoy! You find a hook on one of the ceiling beams and hang up your refrigerator. Cool. It's a steering wheel for your room. Turn it. Yikes. Probably better keep going straight. Fridge is fully stocked with terrible Gatorman beverages. You got Gatorman Cola. It's the uncursing machine. You sit in the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable, and pull the weird metal dome thing over your head. What would you like to uncurse today? Move your geese? Hey, Jessica, does this thing get rid of geese? No, the plural goose is just geese. Why do you have geese? No, a geese. Like a curse, kind of. Oh, well then, sure, probably. Your fingers hover over the uncurse's controls. Do it. Eek! Inside the contraption, you feel a whoosh, a pop, and a little pain. Not unlike having your ears pierced. And indeed, there's a spurt of pus that follows the procedure, although not from where you think. The geese is gone. Good stuff. Uncurse the curse key. Key jumps up to the roof of the dome and sticks there, shaking and keening, that's the sound keys make, against the metal. The lights in the store whine, flicker, and then cut out completely. Dang it! Only when the power is out does the key calm down. Give up the most odious part of itself to the machine, and drop back down on your lap. Light returns to the store. Fix it! We have a spare light bulb under the cap. You got uncursed key. The key's curse lingers in the machine. It is itself an arcane lock to be solved only by a projection of consciousness. You got uncursed key. Putting that terrible key on a chain had rendered it decorative. Do it! I have assembled everyone just as you asked, Detective. The victim's wife and the two men who were present in the passenger's car at the time. I confess the truth as his murder continues to elude me. I doubt you are soon to enlighten us with your great powers of deduction and observation. May I inspect the body again? No, that wouldn't be fair to the other passengers who hadn't had a look yet. I see. But I'll tell you what I know. At 11:13 a.m., the professor dropped dead in his chair after sitting down with his wife for a cup of tea. At that time, Mr. Ryokenshi and Mr. Andretti were the only other passengers present in his car. Mr. Perry returned later. The rest I leave you to deduce, Detective. Golo Andretti, a businessman. I told you, I never even heard of this man. I know Bergerworth College, of course, is an excellent institution. I didn't know he was a professor there. Now, come on, let's not delay our journey further. Traveling with 1982 cases of exotic rubber to make new and exciting wheels at the factory. Yume Ryokenshi, the victim's wife. The widow Ryokenshi dabs her eye with a handkerchief embroidered with the words, mourning rags and wipes. A moment's privacy, please, detective. I had nothing to do with my husband's death, and no reason to want him gone. He's a kind man and not a rich one. Everything he made he spent on roulette tables. He owned over 700 of them. That's the largest collection in the world. We were traveling to Yorba Linda so the mayor could give my husband the key to the city. But that won't happen now. Martin Perry, a youth. Young man is absent-mindedly but methodically disassembling and reassembling a fountain pen. Yes, that's I said. Yes, the man was a professor of mine at Bergerworth College, and yes, he gave me a C and a D, but there's no reason to kill the man, wouldn't you agree? Besides, at the time of his death, I was in the laboratory trying to figure out all these bits and pieces to do. The perfect alibi, wouldn't you agree? Yes, detective? Tell me again what you know of the case. 11:13. Sitting down with his wife, Ryokenshi and Andretti were the only other passengers present in the car. Mr. Perry returned later. Detective mode. You observe closely to see what you can deduce. Exotic rubber, eh? No doubt from the jungles of Almodovar, whose local brand of nicotine I smell on his collar. Of course, the rubber plants of Almodovar don't just yield material for bouncy tires, but an odorless poison, lethal when drunk in hot tea. But why would this man abet the murder of a stranger? I suspect an answer lies in the resume on the table. The name printed on it? Martin Perry. You deduce that you should make some observations. Sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. She says she had no reason to wish her husband dead. The chemical stain in her cuticles and the fingerprints on the window above, which she opened to dispose of the murder weapon, tell the tale more truly. But the nose reveals even more. Observe the zigzag pattern of the medial cleft below the nostrils. It is called Petri's philtrum, and it's a rare genetic condition she shares with Martin Perry, her son. Deductive observation ring about your mind. He's right, a mere C and D are no reason to kill one's professor, but is that the whole story? Notice how the boy tinkers with the fountain pen and the train lavatory. He fancies himself a mechanic, but he wouldn't get a foot in the door at a profession if his C and D stood for car dunce. Nobody would be able to hire him, unless the professor who awarded those ignominious grades died. In that event, every grade he ever gave would be avoided. And this young man could take a plum job in the car manufacturer and start earning the big bucks. I feel like I need more information for this. guess I solved the murder? I was never in doubt, Detective. Now tell us all. What happened here? The victim was poisoned by... I need more time. The victim was poisoned by Yume Ryokenshi. What? Please, all will become clear. With exotic poison from the Almodovar rubber tree. To void Martin Perry's car dunce grade so he can make tires for Mr. Andretti. Young Martin Perry dreams of working on cars, and his fresh ideas excite Mr. Andretti, who runs a tire factory. But Master Perry's professor has effectively blacklisted him as a car dunce, unemployable. What to do? Kill the professor, of course, and void that odious grade. Here the plot becomes most wretched. Master Perry's mother, Yume Ryokenshi, marries a professor and arranges for him to be present on the very same train as Master Perry and Mr. Andretti, who supplies an undetectable poison, administered by Miss Ryokenshi. And voila! No more professor, no more car dunce. But there's one thing our three conspirators did not count on. Me. I'm not ashamed. Any parent, sir, would do the same. As would any manager seeking new talent with interesting ideas about tires. If you call someone a car dunce, you're branding them for life, and you're responsible for anything that happens next. How awful! The three of them in it together! Tell you what, Detective, at the next stop they can all get out and take the bus. A sick business. Quite so, but a wonderful feeling, I think, to be possessed of great gifts, great powers of deduction and observation, and to use them. Here's another. A gift, that is. Call it a reward. Mysterious owl ring. Gift from the train corner in a dream or in something. You got mysterious owl ring. Nice ring, isn't it? Look at the rewards. Look what rewards accrue to the powerful. Look how the world itself reveals itself at your touch. I guess I'll take my leave. You already have your answer, Detective. At 11:13 a.m., Yume Ryokenshi poisoned her husband with an odorless substance derived from the rubber trees of the Almodovar supplied to her by Mr. Andretti. As you deduce, the professor had effectively blacklisted the sorry youth Martin Perry with a car dunce grade. Mrs. Ryokenshi sought to avenge her son, and Mr. Andretti to hire him at his factory. Ergo, they all conspired to murder the professor and void the debilitating brand of car dunce. You're really as good as the papers say, Detective, to sniffed out my C and D grades so for a car dunce. Yes, I put the whole plot in motion, of course I did. Getting called a car dunce ruined any shot I had at career in wheels. But a man's entitled to make a living, wouldn't you agree? This was the only way. I admit, Detective, I poisoned my husband. Oh, but spare me the reproach. Wouldn't you do just as I did if some scoundrel of the ivory tower branded your son a car dunce? No? And I dare say you are not a parent, sir. I confess, Detective. I supplied the poison that killed the professor. But wasn't it worth it? Look at this resume of Martin Perry. Look at these interesting ideas he has about tires. Bouncier, globular, backwards. Is the life of one man worth more than bringing new and innovative wheels to the world? Yes, I did it. I did it so I could hire Mr. Perry. Now I'll do it again tomorrow. Don't lie, Detective. You would too. I have solved this murder. Yes, I know.
Wait, what are you getting at? That's all for now. Wait, what do you mean unresolved? What are you doing, Detective? You already solved the case. You were given great power and you used it. Don't you remember? Don't you remember the ring? You're being foolish now. But this is confusing. I thought I solved the murder. You're a fool! A fool! I gave you great powers of deduction and observation. I gave you the power to bend back the skin of the world and sniff off its insides. How dare you waste it? You really want to live without this power? You really want to live in the dark? Yes. You're a fool, and I wouldn't sully that ring on the finger of a fool. Give it back now. You don't deserve it. I uncurse you. Huh. So, did that curse effectively try to bribe you into not destroying it? That's a little disconcerting. You look at the key that once harbored its shadowy magic. It shimmers in the light. Upgrade. You check your finger and pockets. No mysterious owl ring. You're reminded of great figures of history who wielded incredible power and chose to give it up. You can't think of anyone specifically, but the concept is interesting to consider. Who is someone famous who gave up great power? He's not famous, but my dad never eats more than he needs at a buffet. I don't remember when I read this, but there was a rumor that Anne Boleyn had access to a tank but chose not to use it. No need, she said. You know who else had a tank? Walt Whitman. Interesting. So not solving the mystery correctly was the correct option. To do. Go to bed. Any other side quests? Oh, right. 3 fences. Do I even have any other fences? Are there any fences left? Ooh, tools. Has to be a fence somewhere. Hey, he's checking to make sure everything worked out right. All of your frogs are just ordinary frogs now, right? Right? Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Sounds about right. Oh, with the swamp bear now free of longer fellow electrical interference, perhaps the compass on the altar is worth another try. Neo swings smoothly this time to the southern arch. I'm coming, Neat. Where am I? Careful on our shields, must be very valuable. Huh. Safety deposit boxes here are unused except for one in the name of Rahila Mirza. Loot it. None of these boxes are locked. Guess they blew the budget on the door. Gustav's egg, one of the 52 unique eggs created by Gustav, and they say that if the eggs were ever combined, they would form Gustav's omelet and block out the sun. Huh. This entire row of boxes reserved to one Bug of Fairmont. 401 meat, wealth beyond measure, assuming it's a measurement system that ends at 400. There's one box in here by the name of Cecil Raleigh Tears. You got Dead Sea Scroll. Normally something like this would be priceless, but I bet you'll find a way to sell it. It just had sports all over and over. Most of these boxes appear empty, but there's a very tempting one labeled simply Calico Ham. You got one person's trash. It's another person's treasure. Not yours, though. The safety deposits here in the name of Michael Vanderyacht. Michelle Vanderyacht. A desiccated moth decays quietly in the corner. Whoever Michel Vanderyacht is, he took the trouble to bury a moth in his safety deposit box. Made you think. Not for very long. Here's a safety deposit box belonging to one Spiral Gershwin. You got an old onion sandwich. You must have wanted to save it for later. You don't know precisely how long this locked away in the safety. You don't know how precisely how long this was locked away in a safety deposit box. There's really no good answer. Several of the boxes appear to belong to a Spencer Robespierre. You got powdered wig. It looks exactly like human hair, but you just can't get rid of that goat smell. One of the safety deposit boxes here belongs to an ER Tidy Man. You got rolled duct tape. It's nice to have something practical mixed in with all the riches. Several of these boxes are reserved to one Chelsea Holstein Gottorp. Looks like salt in there. This is a Securibus vault. The impenetrable vault door is secured by a simple latch. Lift the hatch. The door is unlocked and you can come and go as you please. I do please. Well, that's one way to get back here. What if I go there again? The altar is overheated from excess use and hardened into clay. Accordingly, it is no longer welcome in Mudhenge and will soon be destroyed. There has to be another fence post that I can paint somewhere. Got the hides you needed. Need? Good, got news for you. Don't need them. You'll keep them. I was just a test. Wanted to see if I could trust you with the real work. Seems I can. Ready for some real hunting? What's real hunting? Truth is, I have no need for 5 gator hides. My ambitions are far bigger. You met Paul? You know he's mute. Looking to build him a leather tongue. What do you need for that? 10 gator hides. Okay, I can do that. Great, my brother will be thrilled. What would you like to do with an alternative to letting this gatorman continue sleeping? Search him. A safe combination. Ouch. Ouch. That should be more than enough for whatever gator hide is needed. Got your gator hides.
Beautiful. It's beautiful leather. It'll make beautiful tongue. You can look at any animal and you can tell you what sort of tongue its hide will make. Don't believe me, do you? Go on, name any animal. Whale. Is that a trick question? Never heard of a whale. Okay. That's the tongue sorted. Without something to animate it, it's just a lump of leather flesh. What I need, mate, what my brother Paul really needs, the power of speech. Next part is going to be much easier to explain if you ever read The Little Mermaid.
I'm not hunting a little mermaid for you.
Don't need you to hunt a mermaid, mate. You might not know that the fairy tale about a little mermaid who gives up a voice is based on the real-life story of a Gator Man merman who traded his voice for a bucket of ham. That's what gave Han Christian Gator Man the idea. Track that voice down to a fishing hole in the Gator village I told you about before. Must have it. And for my brother. Family's everything, mate.
Oh, probably should not have fished there yet then. You got a voice of a Gator Man. I think this might be the voice of a Gator Man merman, or at least the voice of a Gator Man merman. Poor unfortunate mailman. Oh no, the Gator Man detective. You thought he was only a myth. You're a Gator Man detective, I presume.
Presumption accurate. Accusing hunters. Crimes grievous. Butchering gatormen. Killing mailman. Despoiling land. Speak you. Be accomplice, or ally gator?
What I can say is that I did not kill that Gator Man mailman.
Words careful, choice deliverer. But believe you. Found the culprits. Caged them.
What will you do with those men?
Mailman dead. Suspect hunters. Have trial. Find guilty. Consume them.
You're gonna eat them?
Drink them.
Did you let them go, maybe?
Am unaccepting. Do justice. Liquefy them.
What happened here?
Got snatched, didn't I? It's funny. I'm calmer than I thought I'd be. That mailman's slaughter has been hanging on my conscience some. I think I've been expecting the claw of the Johnny Law before too long. Paul, he wasn't wrapped up in this. It's not fair he should go down for it too.
Give Paul the voice of the Gator Man. Paul and John's eyes widened with anticipation as you popped the lid off the grimy jar. A wisp of breath escaped from the glass prison and went its way through the bars of the cage, pausing in midair and then darting up Paul's nostrils. The Gator Man's too baffled by this to react. Freshly animated, Paul's leather tongue sets to wagging.
Enough! Enough of this obscene murder! In asymmetric service to animalistic desire, each of you practices a violence that is worse than base. It is vicious, it is corrupt, it is wrong. I call to an end to all aggression, I call it now. At stake is a project of life itself. Paul, what are you saying?
Then Paul Leathers has 3 words so painfully profound that he reduced not just his brother, but his Gatorman captor to contrite tears. What? It's not important. Come on, tell me. Don't worry about it. Look, everyone's moving on already. Gushing genuine crocodile tears, the Gatorman detective unlocks the cage and brings both brothers into an embrace.
Paul, the hunting, the killing, all of it. I did it to bring back your voice. In finding me a tongue, you gave away your heart. No longer can I recognize all blood in the ocean of it you have spilled. I call you brother, no more.
Let's focus on the positive. Paul has a leather tongue. At Paul's urging, John tosses his knife into the swamp, in reputation of his violence. The Gator Man is so moved, he tosses in his magnifying glass in solidarity. Grab the items before they sink. Just be casual about it. Without even looking, you hook both discarded weapons on the tip of your foot and flip them up into your pocket. Deals 5 times your muscle and physical damage, eventually. Detectives use these to investigate tiny crimes. Watch Paul take charge. Paul eloquently negotiates a resolution to the mailman murder. John will go with the mailman to face trial, but the death penalty will not be levied against him. This can't be goodbye, brother. I don't wish it. Know that if I see you again, it will be for the last time. I will use the last of my life to build a ladder to heaven of my own, so that I may protect the dinosaurs from men like you. Good stuff, everyone. Hello, Paul. It seems our paths are fated to cross. How are things between you and your brother? He may be my blood, but I will not call him brother. Our blood is undone by all that which he has spilled in the causes of violence and vengeances. When next we meet, it will be in that azure empyrean, upon the highest rungs of our respective ladders to heaven. So not great then. What will you do now? I build a ladder to heaven, as we speak, which grows rung by rung. When will that be done? I expect not for several weeks. Can we still trade? This must be where John enters a hunter's dream. And where you might if you ever prove yourself a hunter. I am a hunter. Yes, you did hunt enough gators to give a man a new voice. That proves you're a hunter. Will you dream now, good hunter? I will. What the hell's happening? Let's just get bloodborne. You wet yourself. Miss, slime wet themselves. Get the principal. I don't have a principal, I'm an adult. Slime peed themselves. Oh, this isn't a hunter's dream. This is a hunter's nightmare. Wake up. Well, that was surreal. What a dream. Felt so real. You got hunter's mark. On awakening, something feels different. Maybe a bed sore. Well, I guess that's everything I can find, unless if I can find a fence somewhere else. Plus 2 to melee weapon attacks. Yay! I guess it's a good time to go to sleep. You're swamped with exhaustion. Maybe we'll get the fences later. A disconcerting dream. Safe and warm. Today's October 20th, 1902. My diary. This diary is a property of Margaret, age 9. All others gotta keep out under the penalty of law. Dear diary. Yesterday our dog Daisy died. Papa said it was bound to happen because she was older than me, which isn't old for a kid, but is really old for a dog. He said we'll get a new dog soon, but I was sad anyway. Some birthday. At school today, the teacher asked what we want to be when we grow up. I said I'll be God, because then I can make sure all the dogs live a long time and are always happy. Everyone laughed and that jerk Billy Gribsley said a girl can't be God. So I said I'll be president instead, because that's nearly as good. He said a girl can't be president either. Well, I'll show him. I'm gonna make all kinds of laws about being nice to dogs, and I'll make being a jerk illegal too, so Billy Gribsley goes to jail and can't eat nothing but bread and water forever. So there. Your desk covered in Ocean City paperwork. Poindexter, your insufferable bean counter. See what it wants this time. What is it, Terrence? Madam Comptroller, I merely need your signature on these budget revisions. With this, the remainder of funds currently allocated to municipal services will be redirected to your shadow presidential campaign and your other projects. Sounds a bit obvious. Rest assured, I am only sparing you the details, which you have made quite clear to me that you will find intolerably boring. The transactions will be meticulously obscured through shell corporations, cutouts, offshore accounts, and the like. Alright, good. You better not be skimming more off the top than I'm willing to ignore. Certainly not, Madam Comptroller. What are your PR lackeys? Carefully trained to be just unafraid of you enough to tell you what not to say in public. It's time to record the announcement of your candidacy for Shadow President. Alright, ahem! Attention, peons! Oh geez, don't call them peons, ma'am. And please try for a less totalitarian tone generally. Right, so something like... My fellow citizen. Good evening. I, Margaret... That's weird. That went all funny when you said your last name. Don't worry about it. Hereby announce my candidacy for Shadow President. Vote for me or else. Nope. Sorry, ma'am. No. Ugh. Start by explaining who you are. Most of them probably don't pay much attention to local politics. Alright. In my roles as Ocean City's comptroller, I made it my mission to... make sure you all get exactly what you deserve. What? Well, look, I get it. Double talk is fun, but it makes you sound like kind of sinister. You're better off just lying. That's fair. In my role as Ocean City's comptroller, I made it my mission to eliminate the waste and graft in the city's finances. And I am proud to say that I have been completely successful with my program of shutting down needlessly wasteful civic programs, thereby reserving your valuable taxpayer meat for the things that actually matter. Things like family, prosperity, and freedom. Perfectly meaningless. Love it. Okay, then just a call to action to top it all off and we're done. A vote for me is a vote for you. Oh, that's great. Just perfect. Good. Is that all? Yeah. We'll add all the legal, this matches blah 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 campaign for Shadow President stuff in post. Great, I'm out of here. Ugh, time travel makes my guts itch. This guy's a yokel even by the standards of his time. And agrees to wheels. Mayor Burby, I presume?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm here to speak to you about the Crystal Dream Valley Dam project. I want you to make the dam bigger, and much more powerful. Here's some revised plans.
A dam of this large would flood the valley and displace hundreds of people. And besides, a dam as planned will provide perfectly adequate amount of power. Why would we need to make it bigger?
How about a handshake agreement?
What? I don't even know who you are. You want me to agree to this on the basis of a handshake?
Specifically, I'm offering you the chance to shake hands with a handle with this large briefcase filled with meat.
Oh, well now, yes, I think this new plan is quite viable.
Good. This desk was carved from a single block of tedium, the raw elemental form of boring work. There's a sheep in your office. What the hell? Turns out that a lot of the president's time is spent on ceremonial bullcrap that nobody actually cares about. Case in point, pardoning the Thanksgiving turkey. None of your aides know what a turkey looks like, apparently. Ah! Pardon the damn thing, anyway. Your desk, covered in policy documents and both benevolent and malign. There's a note here about going back in time to make the Crystal Dream Dam bigger. Gotta get on that eventually. Your ridiculous court wizard isn't taking the situation seriously. Make it clear to her what is required. Give me a progress report on the SIT thing. Have you taken care of the problem yet? Oh, it's so dreary and unfested there with all that math and science, it isn't holly or jolly. Screw your damn theme. Your entire job is dealing with magical issues. I don't have that do-gooding interloper messing around in the library. There's too much at stake. Get it dealt with or I'm giving Crimbo's federal holiday status to the freaking groundhog. You wouldn't. Go, get out of my office. 6 lockers. Some dumb jock kid you have to give a presidential fitness award to. Get it over with. Hey kid, how's it going? Hi? Brilliant, alright. By the power invested in me as a shadow president, here's an award for being able to climb a rope faster than most other kids, which is definitely important, and this is a great use of my time. Thanks. Did I give a speech? Whatever, I'm out of here. This miserable beast. Deal with him.
President Strong, make rich.
Yes, I know, and yes, you don't have to remind me of the terms of our two-word agreement. You're keeping your people mean and hungry?
Yes, warriors mean, warriors hungry, good fighters.
That's right. You're my ace in the hole. This stinking mud hole. If I need to use force, you better stay on top of things if you want your make rich. Keep everyone worshipping at the Gator Shrine too. For God's sake, don't mess with the stuff in the basement. If you screw anything up down there, I will turn you into wallets. Get me?
Gulp. I get.
Good. This useless oaf. Duty calls with... More damn paperwork. How come nobody told me being president is all paperwork and talking to idiots?
Sorry, ma'am. The unwashed masses gotta be kept in line while we amass power.
Yeah, fine. I hereby sign this order declaring July 12th National Bread and Circuses Day. All citizens get a complimentary dinner roll and a free turn on the nearest suitable trapeze.
Ma'am, I ain't sure that...
Who cares? Let Coolidge deal with it. What's it even for anyway? This is all beneath me. Hellstrom. What does he want? Alright, Hellstrom. Let's hear your report.
Everything's fine and dandy, ma'am. Don't rightly understand what this shadow energy stuff is exactly. Why you want a golden smudge of it? But the converters are spraying it out slicker than grease mice. You've got a Gatling gun. Plenty of slag left over to press into these weird monsters you like.
Finally, some good news. So you'll meet the project deadline?
Yep. Well, they'll need to expand the oil drilling operation some more. Need you to sign this permit so we can expand into lots 210 through 240.
Sure, wait, 210 to 240?
Not a problem?
My family's farm is in 223.
Ah. Well, man, if you want your weird black juice, we gotta get the regular black juice out of the ground first.
Alright, fine. Sorry, Grandpa. Enough of this. Step through. I think we're interfering on someone else's stream that we're not supposed to. Alright, that's probably enough for today.